or threatening rain afternoon here. Overcast skies and the temperatures hovering in the 80s as we get set for the 2022 season opener here on TCSports1.com. Troy Cashin, Ricky Sweeney, soon to be joined by Noble Mays. We got the gang all here. Miss Sharon Peter is here with us, and of course, we haven't had this gang back together in quite a while. So nice to have some friendly faces as we begin our new journey here on TC Sports 1.
All right. Do want to welcome everyone in, and not too far away from the last year's playoffs. We're already starting. Got our friends from Eagleville, our first game, and we want to welcome them here tonight. And the Rockets depth chart, looking at that, Troy, looks pretty good. I like the tight end number 18, Tyler Ayers out there. Going to start a freshman quarterback, Ryan Hill.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. Interesting, and Coach Stevenson got to talk to him yesterday and got a chance to for him to comment on that. We'll hear from him here later in our pregame show, but it's interesting. You've got a lot of depth, a lot of experience up front and in the backfield, so as he's going to talk about later, probably the best time to have a quarterback to be able to learn on the job.
Yeah, all those stable that we have, Davis, Bell, Swift, Burchell, man, and then they got some backups if they get tired or need a break. Yeah, you got Marable and Swihart in there as well, and little quarterback freshman Ryan Hill. Get him in there, get him some snaps, and let that guy get some experience and be a good game to start the opening game of the season. A little bit of pressure on a freshman, but boy, I bet he's up to it. His dad's Shooter Hill.
You know, and like they said, I talked to Coach a little bit off camera, but he said, you know, this guy is kind of the football equivalent of a gym rat. He learns quickly. Mm-hmm. He said as a freshman he's going to make some mistakes. We know that, but we feel like we're in a good spot with him, that he's going to grow as this season inches onward and going to get better every game. And he said, you know, we're looking at – and I think most people reasonably are looking at this team with a chance to go a long way again.
And his dad played football here at Forrest, and he just can't help but be a student of the game with Shooter and all the things he did for this program several years ago. And it's in their blood, and we're just glad to have him at quarterback. And he'll have some backup in case he has trouble, but not looking for trouble tonight.
You know, and one of the things that is great is you're going to have a large group of home folks. He gets to start at home where you got familiar faces and people that are really pulling for you, and I'm sure they're going to work him in. This team loves to run the football, and, you know, by all accounts, he's a good and accurate thrower, but pretty nice to be able to just turn around and hand off to any one of four guys back there who are healthy and will be available tonight. And Ricky, you've talked about it. You know, you've got those guys. You got the seniors. You got Davis and Swift. You got Burchell, and then you got the junior in Bell. So four guys that he can hand the football off to. And when Noble gets here, he's going to say Troy more than that, because he was really impressed with the younger Grissom and younger Bell brothers as we had the Jamboree last week. So they've got a very deep stable of backs, a veteran and experienced offensive line, and these guys are looking for big things.
Yeah, we got the big guys up front. Mikey Stoddard, 6'1", 270 senior. We got Luke Allen going to be at right guard, 5'11", 230. He's a sophomore. We got some guys up there that can make some holes and keep them off of the little quarterback. And, again, he's going to hand the ball off and let the big guys run.
Now, throughout the broadcast, we do want to remind you of a few things that are happening here locally, and that's one of the things that we strive to do here. We want to make sure that we get any of the events on that are out there pertaining to the football program and the football players, especially, get those out here. Couple of things to make mention of. Circle your calendars. Friday, September the 30th, from 5 until 7, it will be the 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry here at Forrest High School. The proceeds, of course, all go to benefit the Forrest football team. That has been a great event now in its 6th season, and looking for a great time. A lot of folks come out, tailgate a little bit early, get some great food, and help the football program out.
They do a really good job with that. It's very delicious, and it's a good atmosphere. It's good fellowship. Folks, mark that, do like Troy said, mark that on your calendar and try to be here for that.
And one other thing we want to pass along before we go to our first break is Micah McClendon. This would be his senior season, of course, injured in that tragic accident here on the football field at Moore County back when he was a freshman. But he has been an integral part of this team. You see him at the practices. You see him at the scrimmages and jamborees. Just a great support for this team. They love to have him around, and of course a wonderful part of this team still. And the Duck River Valley Association, or Duck River Valley Conference Cornhole Tournament, and it's benefiting Micah McClendon. It'll happen Sunday, September the 11th at 2 o'clock. It will be at 1445 Old Highway 99 here in Chapel Hill. It'll have an NFL live stream, live DJ. Concessions will be available. Bring a chair and or tent. It will be BYOB, just in case you wanted to do that, Ricky Sweeney.
Yes, sir.
Any age, register by September the 5th. The cost is $100 per team. Donations are certainly appreciated, and sponsorships are available. Once again, 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Micah McClendon Trust Fund. And to register at First Commerce Bank, or you can contact David Delk, 931-993-1671. And if you did not get that number, we'll have this, of course, a few more times throughout the night, but a wonderful chance to support Micah McClendon. With that being said, let's take our first commercial break of the afternoon, and then we'll be back with more pregame here on on TC Sports 1.
Don't know what I would do without you to show me the way and the truth. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you.
Your local agents, Scott Bond and Troy Cashin. Are you moving to the area and need a place to store your possessions? Are you trying to declutter your existing space, or needing a place to park your boat, RV, truck, trailer, or camper? There's a simple solution. It's Highway 99 Storage. Conveniently located off Highway 99 and James King Road, it's a lighted, secure, and fenced-in area to keep your valuables safe. New units available with climate control. Call 364-5678 to rent. That's Highway 99 Storage.
And welcome back here to Murray E. Holton Memorial Field as we get set for the season opener. A couple of rivalry games coming up right away for the Rockets. Right out of the chute, it will be Eagleville and Cornersville in Week 1 and Week 2. And a surprise last night, Ricky. Richland beating Cornersville 31-20 in the season opener last night.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I did not.
You know, and Cornersville, new coaching staff, of course, Coach Randolph moved on as he is now assistant at Marshall County, where his son is playing.
Yep.
Of course, wanted to be close to him, and I think this is his senior season. New football coach coming in, and maybe some adjustment there for the Bulldogs. Richland, of course, went through those same growing pains last year as they had new coaching staff, and by the time they had gotten to us, Ricky, pretty good football team.
Yeah, I think Richland has made some strides and started over a few years ago and rebuild, and so there may be something to them. So the Bulldogs, they're always tough year in, year out the last several years. So it's going to be a task when that game comes next week.
Yeah, and, of course, first things first, you got to think about the Eagles, and this has been a really good rivalry game. Last few years, always the first game of the season, kind of lets you know both teams where you're at early in the season. Last year, the Rockets won it 14-0, and Ricky, really not much to talk about after the first play from scrimmage. Birch went 75 yards for a touchdown, and after that, we only had 7 more points scored the entire rest of the evening.
Yeah, that was an interesting game there. That I remember that, and it was kind of different, kind of weird. Eagleville went for a long time, several years without a football team, and then the past several years since they have had one, they have had some success in the past. Not a lot. Last year, they did make the playoffs, but I think they lost in the first round. Is that right?
Yeah, went 4-6 last year, and as you said, lost in the first round of the playoff. Coach Walker's done a really good job there. 36-29 overall. They were 4-6 last season, and he's 2-5 in the playoffs, and including that opening round loss. I think it's 41-7 in the first round last year, and they're looking this year. Speaking of Eagleville, they're looking to compete for that Region 5 1A crown. Normally, you think about Fayetteville. They have been the big bully on the block recently. They have been who you have to go through to win that title. Of course, Cornersville has been good, and they're a few years removed from making a couple of back-to-back state tournament finals appearances. You got Moore County, who's always tough. That is a really balanced football region top to bottom. It's tough when you've got Collinwood and Huntland also in that region. But Most of the coaches are picking, or most of the prognosticators are picking Eagleville to finish third in the regular season behind Fayetteville and Cornersville. But Eagleville would love to get their season off to a good start here by taking down their rival, the Forrest Rockets.
Yeah, they would. A lot of those teams you mentioned used to be in our district back in the old days. I call them the old days. And things have moved on. Classifications have gone crazy in the last several years with all the influx of people coming in, students coming in, people moving into the area. Just lots. Population has exploded, and that's caused some classification changes down the road.
Let's take another break. We'll be back, talk a little bit more about the Eagles, and then we'll talk about the Forrest Rockets coming up here on our TC Sports 1 pregame.
Know that with Apex Banking Online, you can access your accounts, pay bills, and send money to friends and family anytime. Our online banking feature gives you the advantage of secure banking right from anywhere. With our mobile app and online services, banking has never been more convenient. We're here to serve you wherever you go. Visit us in Chapel Hill or call 931-246-7105. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Joseph Fowler and his outstanding staff are dedicated to providing the most effective, clinically superior physical therapy humanly possible. They make it easy to get back in the game by accepting most insurances, including Medicare. They specialize in total joint replacement rehab and orthopedic conditions. They'll help get your range of motion, flexibility, and your strength back. They even assist in dizziness and balance disorders. Get yourself back in the game at Benchmark Physical Therapy, 4654 Nashville Highway.
And welcome back here to The Rock as we get set for the season opener. A lot of expectations, always that first game of the season, Ricky. All the fan bases are really excited. Everybody is looking to have a great season. And, of course, tonight somebody's going to be a whole lot happier walking out of here than another team.
We love the folks from Eagleville. We love everything about Eagleville, but we love our Rockets as well. And Rockets, if they don't win, the fans ain't happy. So it is going to be just that, what you said. Somebody's going to go home happy. Somebody's going to go home not so happy. And this Rocket fan base has been great over the years, and look for nothing different here tonight. Opening night, beautiful night. A little bit of threat of rain, but there's going to be a pretty good crowd here from both sides.
A few little sprinkles here early. Maybe that will cool things off just a little bit. Hopefully no rain moving through here during game time, and we'll get this one in pretty easily. And we talk about Eagleville. We think about offense when we think about the Eagles. The last couple of years, it's been their defense that has been really good, and they will be expected to be wonderful again this season, Ricky. That's going to be one thing that we're going to look to is for the Eagles to really try to stop and hone in on this ground game. After that first play from scrimmage, they held the Rockets to 7 points the rest of the way. They got a lot of those guys back, and there's expectations that they're going to be able to carry this team. Offensively, they're still kind of a work in progress, but they will throw the football. That's one of the things that you always worry about. The Rockets last year really cleaned up their secondary, had a great season back there. You always kind of worry against those teams that throw a little bit more because you don't see them as much. They've got Caden Snitzer, who had 420 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns last year for the Eagles. He'll be one of the go-to guys for the Eagles here tonight as they try to take down the Rockets.
Traditionally, the Rockets like to run the ball, like we know with all those running backs we have. In most of the defensive schemes we saw, we're within 5 yards of the football most every time, every snap. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out again here tonight.
Yeah, and that's going to be something we will look forward to seeing how that does work out. Do the Rockets, and they've talked about, this is going to be something that Coach Stevenson has said. We are going to be able to throw the football. If people pile the box up on us, then it's going to be, we're going to be able to throw. As we get a really nice shot of the rainbow that is over Murray E. Holton Memorial Field here as we get set for our football kickoff to the 2022 regular season. Let's take another break here from one of our fine sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Hometown banking. It's having your decisions made by a bank right here in your town, not in another city, county, or even state. It's neighbors and friends who know your name and take the time to greet you when you walk in. It's modern technology such as online banking and mobile check deposits while still being able to talk to a living, breathing human. Come visit us at 4641 Nashville Highway or call us at 364-7888. First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Moving forward with strong tradition. It's the town's motto, but it holds so true today. The town of Chapel Hill is balancing expanded growth with preserving the small town traditions that make it special. The town's administration and employees would like to take this time to reaffirm their commitment to the citizens of Chapel Hill and to wish the Rockets and Lady Rockets success in their upcoming seasons. From the home of the Lions Super Bowl of the South, the town of Chapel Hill says, "Go Rockets!"
And we return, and let's get down to the Rocket side of the football here, Ricky. Is beautiful rainbow. You get a little more if you got a little more for the price of admission here this afternoon. Is absolutely gorgeous rainbow over the field goal posts here. Is we're going to get a pan to that here in just a few moments and get another look at that. But it is a wonderful football afternoon. Had a few sprinkles, but everything's kind of calmed down, and looks like we're going to have a beautiful football evening here tonight.
Yeah, going back to the jamming the line of scrimmage with like 5 within all the defense for Eagleville, maybe, and all our opponents maybe within 5 yards of the football. If any one of these guys breaks that barrier, they're going to make some real long runs, as we saw last year. Lots of double-digit runs for all these guys last year.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the things. You've got a returning group along the offensive front that a lot will be expected out of them. And Coach Stevenson, as we're going to get to here in a minute, talked an awful lot about what the Rockets needed to do. And if they could get through and block that edge, that good things were going to happen. While we've got it queued up, let's hear from Coach Eli Stevenson, his comments about tonight's contest.
Coach, we talked a little bit about previously as we sit here off camera a little bit, talking about the different kinds of teams, and you get kids that come in and you get a different group every year, and some of the things you think about this group starting out Irby.
We're a veteran group on both sides of the ball, especially in our line. We got 3 returners on offensive line with Spence Tangersley, Mikey Stoddard, and Riley Durbin. They're also going to play defense. On defense, you got Reggie Pearson on line, and that's going to be one of the big strengths of our games. Also, we got our whole backfield returning with Davis, Swift, Birch, and Bale back there. And they were tough last year. Looking forward to having a good year. And all of them are going to play on defense too. Davis and Bale at linebacker, and Swift and Birch in the secondary. And it's to bring back depth like that and a lot of experience is invaluable.
Yeah, and you talk about, being able to, you like to run the football, like to wear teams down, and if you've got 4 backs in 5, as we saw the youngster Grissom, he got in at Rockville, performed very well. You got Bell. You've got 4 front line guys, but you've also got some other depth in there if need be. Really nice to have that option in the fourth quarter if you got some people getting a little bit tired to be able to have a fresh horse.
Yes, that's our game plan every year. We want to wear you down. We want to win the fourth. And we start in the weight room with that. Our Coach Bridges does a great job with our kids in the weight room. And our kids, they look more explosive this year, and they're strong and conditioning during the off season. And we just got to wear them down, and then hoping we'll get to take them over in the fourth quarter.
Coach, talk about you've got guys coming back. As we talked about, you lost a lot of seniors, but at the same time, you had guys be able to step up last year, get some playing time. They're confident in filling their roles because they've got game time experience. You got a veteran coaching staff. There's a lot of continuity there, and talk about how that bodes well for you this coming season.
Yes, I'll start with the coaching staff. This is the second year all of us been together, and we got a hard-working coaching staff. They come in, they do their job. I don't have to tell them what to do. They know what to do, and that's a luxury for me. It makes my job a lot easier, and they do a great job of communicating to the kids what we want them to do, and we're looking forward to going out on Friday nights and getting it done.
I ask you, you've been around the block now a little bit as an assistant and as a head coach. As a young coach, were you more concerned about what you didn't know, or as a veteran coach, are you more concerned about what you do know now?
It's for me as a young coach. You're young and dumb. You're full of it, and you learn along the way. And as a veteran coach, you know which situation comes along, and you know how to handle that situation a little bit better. And I've been lucky enough to have Coach Stacy on the staff. He's been a head coach before, and I fall back on him if I got a question, and he always leads me in the right direction.
Talk about, you said you got great continuity as a staff. Coach Bridges came in last year, did a wonderful job with the defense. You guys really communicate well. You don't see a lot of I guess, dissension on the sidelines, that you guys have one focus and relate that well to the kids.
Yes. We want to try to be on a united front as a coaching staff. And one thing I learned early in my head coach career, I got to let my coaches coach. And that's one thing I let them do. Coach Bridges, he got full control of the defense. I run the offense. He controls the defense. And whatever he wants to do, he does it. And it usually works out pretty well for us.
Eagleville, tough opponent starting out. You got 2 rivalry games right out of the chute. And, you get that first one here at home. And Eagleville always, that pesky team. They like to throw the football a lot. They're well coached. Talk about what you expect to see from them and maybe best case scenario, what you hope to see after tomorrow night.
Eagleville, they're a well-coached team. They're sound. They're fundamentally sound. Their defense, they run a slant 50 defense, and they're going to rally to the ball. And offense, there will be shotgun, spread. They run inside zone, a little outside zone, and they throw timing routes outside. And they always do a good job of hitting those timing routes. They're very disciplined, and Coach Walker does a great job with them over there. And I just hope this Friday night we're just up by 1 at the end of the game.
Coach, man, as always, thanks for taking the time with us. Best of luck.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you.
And we got to hear from Coach Eli Stevenson as we get set for the 2022 season opener here in Chapel Hill. It will be the Eagleville Eagles and the Forrest Rockets. And I am now joined by my tag team partner, good buddy. He's ready. He's standing up already. Mr. Novel Mays ready to go. Novel.
T-Roy, I'm certainly excited to be here with you. Come in, seen the lovely face of Miss Sharon. I felt like I might have been going back looking at Vanna White or something on television. I was just excited. So you get to a routine, so it takes me back to Friday nights, and I know that football is here, sir.
It has been a while, and a lot of anticipation in a way. It seems like it's been a while, but in a way it seems like we were here just yesterday.
I tell you what, I'm sitting out here, I'm looking at the young men, and as they go through their pregame routine, I'm seeing all the different divisions that they have, offense and defense. You see them going through their drills. I'm real excited with the warm-up and the excitement that they bring out there, the footwork, and they still coaching them up. So I love to see that even before the first game of the season.
Noble, we just got to watch one of your favorites, G Square, Mr. Gavin Grissom. That is going to be a focal point. We talked about the running game and the offensive line. The kicking game is in tremendous hands, or should we say feet, with Gavin Grissom. He will be a weapon this year for the Rockets.
Yes, indeed. And we had a luxury. I'm sure you'll speak on it, but I think there was some competition in the kicking game as well that you may have already spoken about.
Well, we'll see his younger brother, but go right ahead. You were very impressed with the way he ran the football, but he's also going to handle the punting chores.
Yes, indeed. And for those at home who's keeping score, number 25, Cohen Grissom, he's a freshman and 6'1", 175 pounds. So that's quite a massive fella, 6'1", 175 pounds, being in the 9th grade.
Man, I was 165 when I graduated high school. He's a freshman at 175, and his physique's probably a little bit better than mine was at that time too.
I tell you what also is better than back when you and I played. Workout routines, equipment, all the things they have to be able to bounce back and recover quicker. So that young man there will probably be about 195 this time next year.
One of the things Noble, Coach Stevenson, talked about, and he gave some credit to Coach Bridges in the off-season program. He said, I feel like we've gotten stronger in the weight room, faster, the agility better. Really looking forward to see what gains they have made in the weight room over the offseason. Coach Stevenson really sounded excited about it, and you're not going to get him to be excited about an awful lot, but you kind of saw a little gleam in his eye when he talked about that.
I think you gave me a stat one time. I can probably anticipate maybe 4 out of 5 plays a run play for Forrest Rockets, and that all starts in the weight room. So you got to get in there, get your squats, the deadlifts, and all that. So up front, you just got to push them off the ball 2 or 3 yards, and you'll have a great deal of success. But again, that starts in the weight room, T-Roy.
Yeah, and again, the Rockets are one of those teams, you know what they're going to do. They just want to do it well enough that you can't defend it.
Well, that's pretty much it. What we put on film, you go, you study that, and then we show up on Friday nights, and whomever is able to push their wheel ends up being victorious. So, and on the same thing on the other side, there's a great deal of, we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years when they've had outstanding defensive play, that push up front. It's allowed those linebackers to be able to have a great deal of success going sideline to sideline as well as being in the backfield.
Talked about a freshman in Grissom. You're going to see another freshman get a start tonight. Eagleville, freshman, 5'11", 150. He, of course, younger brother of Liam Bell, and he'll get the start outside of linebacker tonight. So, they've got some youth, and with this experience that they have on this team, you thought it might be hard for some freshmen to come in and find some playing time, but you got to have a pretty good pedigree and be a good-looking player if you're going to contribute early with this group.
And T-Roy, there's a theme that I see working here, and you're talking about the younger players showing up. So kind of a tease for the folks at home. There's a younger player that's going to be at a key position. You're going to talk about it a little later on that they'll come in too. But it looks like what we used to call inexperience, it looks like they're going to key on some young folks who've had a great deal of success at the middle school level.
Nova, we'll get into more in-depth look at both of these teams as we continue our TC Sports 1 pregame after this.
Funeral home and cremation services had its beginning in 1939 when Thomas H. Lawrence established the business. Lawrence Funeral Home has always strived to provide compassionate, dignified, and professional service to every family it serves, regardless of their circumstances. Lawrence Funeral Home pledges to the families of Marshall and surrounding counties to continue providing excellence in funeral service. In your time of need, our family is there for your family. Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Service.
Stop in and visit Mac Equipment, your largest Exmark and Cub Cadet dealer in the state of Tennessee. Locally owned and operated in the heart of Chapel Hill at 109 North Horton Parkway, next to Southern Roots Hair Salon. Mac Equipment offers parts, sales, service, and rental. Their factory-certified technicians also service multiple brands of outdoor power equipment, making this a perfect stop for your future equipment repairs. Don't forget to visit our 2 other locations in Murfreesboro and Lewisburg. That's Mac Equipment.
And welcome back here to The Rock. Murray E. Holton Memorial Field as we get set for the season opener. Sunshine has broken through once more. The rainbow still remains as we had a few little sprinkles here earlier on, but looks like we are going to have cooler conditions here for this contest, as a nice little breeze blowing right now will be a comfort to the fans and players alike.
Yes, indeed. Umbrellas. I've seen a couple umbrellas coming in, but I'm expecting quite a crowd here tonight, and hopefully whatever those scattered storms happen to be, T-Roy, they'll maybe pass over so they won't last very long. But I see the folks real excited, and I seen them tailgating on my way in, so it had a nice little theme. I don't know if you all seen them, but they had the cornholes out there, and they had the shirts off with the chest painted, and I can't take my shirt off anymore considering painting my chest, but I got 2 shirts on these days.
Hey, everybody is excited. Always a great atmosphere, and that tailgating will continue. We'll use that as a segue, Noble. We will remember that the Forrest Fish Fry, this will be the 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry. That will take place a little later. It will be September the 30th from 5 until 7. You can come and tailgate, eat some fish there, and all proceeds go to support the Forrest Rockets. Tickets are $12. You can get them at Apex Bank. Once again, the 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry, Friday, September the 30th from 5 to 7 here at the high school. Again, all proceeds supporting the Rocket football team.
That almost sounds like even if you cannot make the event, you can still buy a ticket and pass that on to someone else who may enjoy the fish, correct?
Correct.
Goes towards a good cause.
Always happy to do that.
There you go.
That has been a great event for them each of the 5 previous years that has taken place, and they're looking for nothing less here in their 6th year holding the Forrest Fish Fry. Also do want to remind you the Duck River Valley Conference Cornhole Tournament for the benefit of Micah McClendon. Of course, Micah, the injured Rocket, injured back in his freshman year, and all the proceeds from this event will go to benefit Micah. Any age, register by September the 5th, $100 per team. You can register at First Commerce Bank or contact David Delk at 931-993-1671. They've got plenty of activities if you just want to watch a little cornhole. If you want to see the NFL, they've got a live stream, live DJ, concessions. Bring a chair and tent. 1445 Old Highway 99, Chapel Hill is the location. Donations are appreciated. Sponsorships are available. And once again, 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Micah McClendon Trust Fund.
And I seen Brother Delk as I came into the game tonight. So a lot of fine things going on in this community, T-Roy, and what a tribute there to the young man and his family, and I know they will enjoy that. So everyone's keeping them in their thoughts.
No, but one other thing before we take another break. Do want to remind you, down at the concession stand, Chapel Hill Touchdown Association, they've got all of your Rocket merchandise. If you're excited, you want to come out and support the Rockets, show your gear, got a chance to get some, support the Rockets down at the concession stands, the Chapel Hill Touchdown Association, selling Rocket merchandise. So get your Rocket merchandise there and help support the Rockets. More ways than one. You can show your blue colors and also help support the Rockets as well. With that being said, let's take another break as we inch closer to kickoff here on TC Sports 1.
Amigos Mexican Grill is the place you'll find all your authentic favorites, from burritos to enchiladas to sizzling fajitas, all served fast and fresh. Dine in, order online, or call in your order at 364-2222. Also, Amigos has catering services available for your next big occasion as well. Good food, good times at Amigos Mexican Grill, 216 South Horton Parkway. Visit their other locations in Lewisburg and Spring Hill. Amigos, proud supporters of the Rockets.
Lewisburg Animal Hospital serves the veterinary needs of Marshall County. They've grown to a 4-doctor practice specializing in small animal medicine. They offer advanced medicine, surgery, and nursing care in a personal and relaxed environment with the utmost compassion for their patients. For your pet's grooming and boarding needs, Maggie Rue Pet Retreat and Grooming Salon is located adjacent to the hospital. Call 931-359-5945 to schedule an appointment for your pet.
And welcome back here to the Rock. Murray E. Holton Memorial Field here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, as we get set for your season opener, the Forrest Rockets and the Eagleville Eagles. And Noble, we have certainly enjoyed the lead up here tonight. Got a chance to catch up with Sharon, and Ricky's already been in, got to hear from him. And this project that we have gotten underway, I want to thank y'all in large part for making this hopefully a success, and could not have done it without each of you here tonight.
Well, I tell you what, T-Roy, as I came into the game, as I entered into the stadium, I realized you got to get here real early. Here's what I mean. Everybody I ran into, they were talking to me about Troy Cashin. And I actually would have been in the press box a lot sooner had I not known Troy Cashin. But everybody wanted to talk about Troy Cashin on my way in. So when you say hopefully it'll be a success, my man, one, anybody who's not here doesn't know how much support Troy Cashin has. But two, all you got to do is come by the press box and you'll see all the support that's up here. The press box have never in my whole life been this thick. There's a lot of folks in the press box, so a whole lot going on up here. There's a lot of equipment up here, but it's a lot of anxious, eager individuals wanting to help you with this endeavor, T-Roy. So I don't see anything but success. And now here's where I finish up. You can tell something's going to be successful by the amount of people that want to support it. And so it ain't nothing but success, because all I see is support. And I talked to your next door neighbor, and he shared some things with me also. So I got slowed down on my way in. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to be broadcasting tonight. All they wanted to talk about was Troy Cashin and his new endeavor.
Hey, the cool thing about this is, though, Noble, we've got some students that are helping us out this time. We've got Mr. Peter Wilson that is going to be helping us here on the board. We've got Mr. Corey Cook that's going to be in a couple weeks. He's learning from Sharon and going to be taking over. And so we're happy to have them as part of our broadcast team. And it's pretty cool to get to have some of the young folks here helping us out a little bit. We got a little new blood in.
Yes, indeed. And as I said, the press box is full. But can you imagine you have young folks that's getting ready to help you out? And we know in this day and age with technology, my man, they're going to know a whole lot more than us. But what I like more than anything is that you're providing this opportunity for these young folks at this age in which they are. Oh, my man, they're going to go off and do fantastic things, and they're going to go back and they're going to say, can you pinpoint a specific time in your life where you knew that this is what you wanted to do in your life? And they're going to go back and they're going to think about when they was with Troy Cash.
Well, we have certainly enjoyed having a little new life around here, and as you said, they pick it up really quickly. We've got Peter's just jumped into the fire here tonight. He's working the computer and doing a great job thus far. Don't expect anything different the rest of the way, and we're certainly happy to have them aboard. And, again, I'm just extremely thankful this community has supported our venture from day one here in Chapel Hill. And certainly has been an effort that if you needed anything, hey, I'll help, do anything I can. Sponsors have stepped up. We got 15 sponsors this time. They're sponsoring this broadcast, and we've got a chance to give some proceeds back to the school. We always enjoy doing that with a portion of our money each year to give some back to the respective teams. And, it's been a great feeling for us to be able to do this. Keeps us involved, and of course, I've always said when you don't come out and love coming out here and look forward to it, maybe it's time to put it up, but that definitely hadn't been the case.
T-Roy, I don't know how you don't love it. Think about it. All you got to do is just go down the checklist of things to enjoy about it. At the front of that, young people. We love young folks, and then you just step back a second and you say, it's sports. And then you put that together, and then you start thinking about all the things that sports can do for you, teaching the young folks all the fundamentals about life and trial and error and things of that nature, but it brings the community together. So there's nothing but love associated with what we're doing. But at the root of all of it, T-Roy, at the very core of it, are young folks. And you got a press box full of young folks eager to help you out on Friday nights.
Noble, you didn't see it. I know Peter did because he gave me the look. There was a streak of lightning over to our right. So let's hope the officials didn't see that, or we may be sitting here for a few more minutes. But we do have a little bit of weather in the air. But once again, the breeze has really cooled things down here. It is a pleasant August afternoon as we get set for our season opener. Let's take another commercial break here on TC Sports 1. We'll be back after this.
Eye Care Clinic, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan and his staff offer a wide range of services, including comprehensive eye exams, advanced testing, and eye disease management. Fashion frames from top names like Guess and Kate Spade. They also stay on top of new eye care advances like Vuity and Upney. And that unique Dr. J touch that always leaves you with a smile until your next visit. Make your appointment at 359-4373. Advanced Eye Care Clinic, 815 East Commerce.
Your one-stop shop to keep your vehicle running smooth is J&J Automotive. From routine maintenance like oil changes to brake repairs, tires and alignment, and exhaust work as well, J&J has got you covered. They work on gas and diesel engines. Call Vince or Matt Jackson at 931-364-5602 or stop by their location at 1791 Highway 99. Keep your vehicle in tip-top shape at J&J Automotive.
And welcome back as we count down to kickoff here in Chapel Hill. Rockets and the Eagles. Noble, let's take a look at our Rockets starting lineups, and maybe we'll take a little more in-depth look here at each of those squads. Offensively tonight, your tight end for the Rockets is going to be number 87, Jesse Linderman. He's a junior, 6 foot, 160-pounder. Up front, the tackles will be Spence Tankersley, 6'5", 295-pound junior on the left side. Over on the right side, it will be Mikey Stoddard. Stoddard, 6'1", 270-pound senior. Your guards tonight for the Rockets, Cameron Orr, 6'2", 215 junior. And it will be Noble. Who's the man?
Yes, indeed. Now, you got to help me out with all these slogans. That's Biscuit's younger brother. But
that's Gravy.
You all call him Gravy?
Yes.
Man, you can't. Hey, now, here's my question. I know we got to get to the broadcast, but how long can you hold on to wonderful names like that, Biscuit and Gravy?
That's pretty good.
How long can you? That's not.
You get tagged with that. I think especially these guys probably going to hold on to those for a while.
45, 50 years old, you can still call them Biscuit and Gravy?
Yes, I think
like
so.
that. Now, all they want to know coming to Christmas breakfast will Biscuit and Gravy be there, right?
Yes,
all right.
Exactly. Gravy, Luke Allen gets the start tonight at right guard. He's a 5'11", 230-pound sophomore. Your center tonight is going to be Cameron Street, 5'11", 225-pound sophomore. And let's stop there, Nova. Along that front, these guys have a lot of experience. You're going to see Riley Durbin step in, play some guard as well. Durbin, 5'8", 200-pound senior. Those guys have been in the wars already. You lost a lot of key members of that offensive line from last year's group, but you do have some guys that got some game experience last year, so it is not like plugging guys in that have never been in a varsity contest before.
Not only did that senior-laden class set a good example, they modeled exactly what you're supposed to do on the field, but as I watched them on the sideline when they took significant leads in the game, they would come over on the sideline and they would model what you're supposed to do. They would coach up the younger fellas, and not only would they get some lead, but they would encourage the coach and the younger fellas to get in there, and they would help them on the sideline when they needed to be coached up. So these young men, not only did they get experience last year, game experience, but they got something invaluable on the sideline from that senior-laden team last year that you know all too well about.
Yeah, and you think about that. You had Braden Jones, Lane Strasser, Colton Cashin, those guys up front. They played a lot of snaps last year. It was a team, and you know, and we've talked about it. Having Colton be a part of that team last year, you kind of got a unique look at that group of young men. They were an extremely tight-knit group, really played for each other. One of those groups that comes along that they don't care who gets the credit. They just want to make sure the team wins. A lot of those guys have moved on, and you talked about leaders have gone. Now new leaders must arise out of this group, but you got a good group up front that they're going to count on. And, of course, Tankersley is your reigning region offensive lineman of the year as a sophomore.
And that's special. So when you think about that, when I think about how you put all that together, not only did that group that left model for this group here, but that becomes contagious, and that becomes a culture that changes. So when you start to thinking 3 or 4 years down the line and you start asking yourself, where does that come from, where we're a family-oriented team, you go back and you start looking at Colton them and changing that. But going back one more time, Tankersley, for the folks at home, one more time, what accolades did the young man have last year?
He was your region offensive lineman of the year as a sophomore.
And that's special.
Yeah.
In the whole region. That is special. Offensive lineman. That's special.
He is a road grader. Coach Stevenson, being a former offensive lineman, he loves that young man, looking for big things from him and a step forward for him this year. And you always got room to improve, but you got a pretty good foundation to build upon.
And I'm not one for applying pressure to young folks, but I know that young man probably has high expectations of himself. If he have those accolades as a sophomore, I'm pretty sure he's coming back for his junior class and expecting big things from himself.
Your skill positions, Ryan Hill will be your quarterback tonight, the 5'9", 150-pound freshman. A lot of eyes are going to be on him as they break in that youngster here tonight at the quarterback position. He will have a bevy of backs. Getting the start at tailback, it'll be Chris Davis, 5'11", 185-pound senior. It'll be Brenton Burchell, Birch, 5'9", 150-pound senior. Tayton Swift, 5'10", 175-pound senior. And Liam Bell, the 6'1", 195-pound junior, he'll get a lot of carries as well. You got a stable of tremendous running backs, and they may not put up the great individual stats, but when you count the carries amongst all 4 of these guys and you put up the offensive numbers at the end of the year, they're looking for big team numbers.
Those at home who listened to us last year, tuned in, T-Roy, they know exactly what you mean. You have four formidable running backs in the backfield. And I think, if I'm not be mistaken, I think we were trying to find out if one of them had a 100-yard game, and I think we only had one time where one of them had a 100-yard game last year.
I think you are correct. I can't remember for sure. I should have probably gone back and researched that, but yes, I think you are correct.
But the point I'm trying to get across, there was many games where total offense was well over 300 yards or 400 yards. So offense, they'll put up a lot of yards, but they spread the love out amongst the running backs.
One final position to talk about offensively before we take another break. Tyler Ayers will be your receiver tonight, 6 foot, 185-pound senior. And, of course, like with Hammond, some of those guys last year, you always have somebody seems to step up at the receiver position. It's going to be Ayers who will be called upon to step up at that receiver position. Let's take another break. We'll be back with more pregame here on TC Sports 1.
Hey, there's my girl. Hey, there's my girl. Who's that?
Life can be uncomfortable. Your home doesn't have to be. Ream Heating Equipment was designed to bring affordable comfort to any home. So no matter your budget, we can help you feel comfortable, even when you can't be comfortable.
Oh, come on. Yes, let's go.
When it's time for a tune-up or a new HVAC system, contact the trusted pros at Clint's Air Care for expert service and installation.
And welcome back as once again we take a glimpse of that rainbow over the football field here. Hopefully that means a pot of gold for the Rockets here tonight and going to 1-0. But as we look across the way, there are a ton of Eagleville fans that have made the short journey over here to Chapel Hill, and we should have an exciting football atmosphere here tonight.
They do have quite a nice crowd over there, T-Roy. It looked like, and we know they're right around the corner, so they were able to obviously come and support their young folks as well, student athletes. But it looked like it'd be quite a crowd on both sides. So here's what I'm eager in. Let both teams decide how the crowds work, so maybe we can count on the Forrest Rockets to take that Eagleville crowd out of the game and not even let them get enthused about anything that happens.
This is small town Friday night at its best. Two old rivals just a few miles apart. Lots of fans out. The band is here. We'll have the halftime performance. They'll be in the stands. The atmosphere is great as we get set for game one here tonight on TC Sports 1. We'll be right back.
You can't have it all. At Brooks Grocery, they've got farm fresh fruits and vegetables, a deli with a selection of freshly prepared favorites, Brooks specialties like Ava's pimento cheese and Adam's chicken salad, freshly made pies, cakes, and desserts. And who could possibly forget the best meat department you'll find anywhere? Great selection, online ordering, and friendly customer service. Brooks Grocery, the place you'll find your next favorite food.
Chapel Hill Family Dentistry has been serving the oral care needs of Chapel Hill and the surrounding area since 2006. They're a general and cosmetic dental practice dedicated to improving your smile and the overall oral health of you and your entire family. Their goal is to provide superior quality health care in a comfortable environment. Call and schedule your appointment today at 364-4557. That's Dr. William Bell and the Chapel Hill Dentistry staff, proud supporters of the Forrest Rockets.
And welcome back as we get set for your kickoff as the fans continue to roll in. We're going to have a packed house here in Chapel Hill tonight as the Rockets looking for big things. There are a lot of expectations around this group. They are picked to win the region. Noble, Cascade in most publications picked second, Summertown third. You got Mount Pleasant in most picked fourth, then Richland and Loretto in the preseason polls. So hopefully for Forrest, that will hold up here at the end of the season.
And those of us who know anything about preseason polling, there's always somebody who gets that out of order. So there's always some so-called expert. So hopefully they got that number one spot correct. But sometimes things get shuffled up somewhere off in there, the 2 spot or the 3 spot. But usually you have that 1st and 4th spot. Usually those two be correct, Tyrone.
And, you know, Noble, defensively, this group was so stingy last year. They won a lot of games for this team. They did a wonderful job. Scoring defense was outstanding. Just right at 10 points a game. You do that, you're going to win a lot of football games. A lot of expectations around that side of the football this time. Coach Bridges did a wonderful job with those guys and getting them in on his first year, and that is a wonderful testament to his prowess is coming in the first year being that good.
And we've talked about it at length several times, particularly in a lot of games in which the defense was holding up their end and we kept waiting on the offense to catch up. But when you have the luxury of defense playing lights out, T-Roy, it allows you not only to stay in close games, but it gives your fans and it gives the players a sense of confidence that if we can go out there and just put up 10 points,
yes,
we can walk away with a victory, maybe 8-9 games out of 10.
Let's take a look at that group. As we said earlier, Jesse Glinderman will be up front along with Spence Tankersley, Riley Durbin, Reggie Pearson. Pearson will play an important role. The junior, 6'1", 215-pounder, hadn't got a lot of chance to talk about him yet. He'll be good up front. We've got, of course, the freshman Bale Eli will get the start at one of the outside positions. Back there in the secondary, Bryce Tankersley gets the start tonight. Tankersley, 5'8", 150-pound junior. You've got Tayton Swift. Levi Van Patten, the 6'1", 170-pound senior, gets the start at free safety tonight. And on the corner, Brian Burchell, 5'9", 150-pound senior. Those backers in that 5-2 set, it'll be 24. That'll be Carson Yates, the junior, 5'9", 170-pounder, along with Chris Davis. Davis very active back there, 5'11", 185-pound senior. Of course, you'll have Liam Bell working in the middle, along with Cohen Grissom, the freshman. And once again, this will be a wonderful group defensively. They lost some leadership, but again, a lot of guys got a lot of experience, and very nice thing that you're seeing here. Micah McClendon going to be one of the captains here tonight as they get set to head to the center of the field for the coin toss. And he has still been, even after that tragic injury, has been just a heart and soul of this team.
And T-Roy, just the visual of what we're looking at out on the field at the 50-yard line, what you just described for the folks at home, that speaks to the heart of the community. To have this young man, Michael McClendon, out there first game to start the season off and let him still be part of the team, that's what I've come to accept from each team that I've had the luxury of being around with the Forrest Rockets.
His attitude in the face of adversity has been something that if you cannot be inspired by what you have seen from him, there's not much hope for you.
And as you said, it reminds all of us that anytime you want to make sure that you don't find yourself complaining about life, his attitude tells you that, as we learned, life is about 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you deal with it. So, well said, T-Roy.
Yeah, and we get set along with Chris Davis, Tayton Swift. They'll be the Rocket captains for tonight. Rockets, of course, decked out in the blue unis tonight, blue football pants with the white stripes, blue football jerseys with the white numerals, and the white football helmets adorned by the blue F. Eagleville wearing the dark jerseys tonight as we are waiting the Eagles to come back onto the field and send their captains out as we get set for the coin toss here. And we're about 5 minutes away from the 2022 kickoff. Noble Mays, Troy Cashin, Ricky Sweeney, as always, providing us those great stats. We've got our old friend, Miss Sharon Peter, here tonight running the camera for us, and we got Mr. Peter Wilson and, of course, Mr. Corey Cook going to be helping us out as well here. Your TC Sports 1 broadcast team for this season.
Rocket Band of Blue.
Band of Blue now as we will have our invocation.
Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to play another game of Forrest football. Please be with the football players, managers, cheerleaders, coaches, and refs throughout the game. Help us to have a good sportsmanship and let everybody and everything we do glorify and community God. Please be with the men and women all over the world who are fighting to protect our freedom. Please give us safe travels home after the game. Thank you for all that you do for us each and every day. And thank you for giving us the gift of salvation. We love you and we thank you, God, for the Forrest Rockets. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
This broadcast on TC Sports 1 brought to you by Advanced Eye Care Clinic, home of the real Dr. J, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan. By Amigos Mexican Grill, authentic Mexican cuisine. By Apex Bank, a top performer amongst Tennessee community banks. By Benchmark Physical Therapy, where they'll get you back in the game. By Brooks Grocery, where you'll find your next favorite food. Also brought to you by Dr. William Bell at Chapel Hill Family Dentistry. By Clint's Air Care, your local ring dealer. By Farm Bureau Insurance, auto, life, health, and homeowners. By First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking. We're brought to you by Highway 99 Storage, now with climate control units. By J&J Automotive, your one-stop auto shop. By Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Services, serving since 1939. By Lewisburg Animal Hospital, your other family doctor. By Mack Equipment, your local Cub and Exmark dealer. And by the town of Chapel Hill, moving forward with strong tradition.
Number 50.
And as the Eagleville captains head to the center of the field, we're going to have, Noble, I'm going to let you, if you can pick out those numbers. 29, Colton Daniel. I see number 70, Paxton Stingley.
Number 22, T-Roy Jackson Zentz. And number, look like number 29.
54 is the last one, I think, Jacob Mullins.
Okay.
Eagleville decked out, of course, in those maroon crimson football pants, white jerseys, crimson numerals, and those crimson helmets. As the coin toss. Got an indication here. I think Mike is going to make the call. I believe, Noble, that the Rockets did indeed win the toss. To make sure, yes, they did win the toss. And they're going to receive. So we saw them do that last year, Noble. Many times out of the chute, they said, you know what? We want to try to challenge you with our offense. We're going to run the football, try to tire you down here early, give you a dose of, hey, let's see if you can stop it. And I'm sure that's what we're probably going to get here on this opening drive. And we're going to find out here in just a few moments whether this Rocket group can get an opening score on the first series just like they did last year.
And, you know, I'm old school T-Roy, so if you get the luxury of taking the ball, you get it first. There's a banner there, T-Roy. I know they probably worked on the banner all year. I can't quite read the bottom part, but there's going to be something out here tonight. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but there's going to be a whole lot of something out here tonight. Look at that blue and listen to the band. Get right behind them, T-Roy.
Hey, football Friday night. What would it be at Forrest High School without the young men running out the flags? You got that long lane for the players to come through, that beautiful opening sign for the cheerleaders. They work on that so much throughout the season, and it just adds to what is a great tradition here at Forrest High School.
Running through, that's two of those young men with those wonderful physique who had their jerseys painted on their body. So I can't quite do that, T-Roy. So, but I seen them come out, and that's the school spirit. And T-Roy, right where they went over there, that's that little section there. I don't remember. Is there a name for that section?
Just the student section, but they are awfully loud. I'm not sure if they have a.
They need a name for that section over there behind the behind the field goal post. Is there a name for that?
Hey, folks, let's do something here. We've got the luxury on our Twitter feed, TC Sports 1. Go over on our Twitter feed if you want to name or if you know what the name of the student section is, shoot us a tweet there, and we'll give the best answers we get.
I believe it's the Pep Squad.
It's the Pep Squad. Okay.
See,
all right.
Look, we got an insider. Look at that.
I know.
It's nice to have somebody on the inside who can help us with those things.
Do want to remind everybody, and I'll try to do this throughout the course of the game. After this contest is over, as you watch live, we will have this broadcast archived. You will go over to our YouTube channel, capital T, capital C, capital S, Ports, the number 1, our YouTube channel, TC Sports 1. You got to capitalize the T, the C, and the S. Go over. We'll have this game archived for you, and you can watch it, hopefully have that done tonight where you can go over and check it out again.
That is excellent, T-Roy, and I know that the players out there, once they get finished playing football tonight, before they even consider lying down tonight, they want to see how well they perform. So they'll be glad to know that they'll be actually able to go back and see themselves as well.
We enjoy bringing this to you, and this is our 6th season here in Chapel Hill. And Troy Cash and Noble Mays, Ricky Sweeney bringing you the stats here later on. And Sharon Peter on the camera work here tonight as this 2022 season is about to get underway. A great, great atmosphere here in Chapel Hill. Eagleville getting set to put it in the air as the Rockets looking to maybe punch it one in here early on. Let's see what they can do off the return. Looks like it's going to be Davis and Swift back there. 29, Colton Daniel.
It's that 1-2 punch. You've seen them in the pregame.
Low liner. It will hit and take a roll out of bounds. So the penalty marker on the play.
Opening kick goes out of bounds.
And we'll see for the first time this Rocket offense coming onto the field.
T-Roy, you know I like to ask a lot of questions. Chris Davis, he made the smart play. He let the ball go out of bounds, took the extra yards for the penalty. You think he was anxious to get the first kickoff for the season? You think he wanted to catch that thing live? And
you know he did. There was probably that temptation of, I want to get up here and get that. But, of course, this Rocket coaching staff, if you did that, you would probably not get an opportunity to do it again. So he has been trained well there.
Yeah, you expect your senior to let that ball go out of bounds, but I just wanted to know if you felt the same way I probably felt that the young man was feeling.
We see Gravy getting on the field here. Luke Allen. We get the freshman with the start. Ryan Hill at quarterback tonight. His first snap with the Rocket varsity. Burchell in motion. He'll get it coming right. Cuts it back inside. Eagleville with good pursuit as he'll pick up a couple. Not quite the success he had last year on his first carry, but it does get positive yards for the Rockets. 2nd down and 8.
That tackle that time, number 16, Cade Pippinger that time for Eagles. And T-Roy, he had a couple of lead blockers, but they didn't quite hold on to that, so that hole kind of closed off for him. But number 16 came in and did a fine job of a short gain.
One receiver left side of the field. Heel turns and gives, coming Swift. Got a good block, 45-50, into the clear, to the 40, to the 35, to the 30. One man to beat as they will finally get him wrestled out of bounds as he gets deep into Eagle territory at the 25-yard line. And Noble, that is that offensive line in action up front. He just broke off a 43-yarder, and he had a hole big enough to drive a Mack truck through.
Kicking out for him, T-Roy, number 1, his offensive player back there in the backfield with him, 5'11", senior, 185 pounds. We just spoke about him. Chris Davis provided the key block, and Swift, nice little run, nice strides about him. Excellent way you want to do it. Play number 2, T-Roy, in the opening game of 2022 campaign.
And Noble, I was trying to look, and you do such a wonderful job of that. I'm always trying to follow the football, and I know everybody appreciates you getting those offensive linemen some love up front. Did you see who got the lead block? I just saw the gaping hole.
Actually, I missed the line, but it was Chris Davis who kicked out. Chris Davis, the running back, kicked out.
Give this time up the middle. Davis will get the call across the 20 as Eagleville trying to strip the football, and he'll be very close to another first down. I love Davis's running style, Noble. He just runs with reckless abandon, no regard for his own body. He will just absolutely run over you to pick up an extra yard.
And T-Roy, I'm going to do my job this time. One turn deserves another. Tatum Swift, number 2, provided a key block that time, but number 61, Riley Durbin that time, T-Roy, senior, 5'8", 200-pound lineman. He provided a key block along with Swift up there.
You know Hill is breathing a little sigh of relief right now. He's gotten settled in as this ground game in motion. This time Eagleville breaks through on the 2nd and 1. Rockets cannot get the first down. As coming up from the side there was Cade Pippinger, the junior defensive back, making the stop. Loss of a yard. It'll be now 3rd down and 2.
That's his second tackle tonight, number 16. T-Roy, I know the play wasn't very successful, but I owe Riley Durbin another shout out that time. Riley Durbin was 12 yards downfield, and he was wrestling, and he had a nice little takedown on his man down there. Looks like Riley Durbin is going to be blowing him off the ball all season.
3rd down and 2. As once again, Eagleville getting into the backfield. What was 2nd and 1 is now going to end up being 4th and about 5 as number 3 got into the backfield. That was Caleb Snitzer.
And he was also back there with one of the team captains also for the game, number 29, Colton Daniel as well. But T-Roy, a couple blocks that time again, but they didn't sustain their blocks that time. So 4th down, critical down right here. Will it stall the drive that looked like it was going to be quite successful?
Do you see Mr. Hill's first pass right here? Do you roll him? Nope, we're going to go for the field goal. I didn't see Grissom come onto the field, but that's a pretty safe bet. They'll place it down at the 26. It'll be a 36-yard attempt for G Square, the junior. Snap good. Hold is good. The kick in the air, and it is no good. Pushed it a little wide right, so the Eagleville defense stiffens and holds as we have no score here in Chapel Hill.
Eagle will take over 1st down and 10.
Eagles will come onto the field for the first time offensively, and Noble, that has to give them a huge boost.
It does. It could not do anything other than that, T-Roy. You're talking about young players, emotional, 15, 16, 17 years old, first game, and you got the ball. They had a big gaping hole, and you hope they don't drive the ball down your throat and you end up stopping them. So score still 0-0. As far as Eagleville Eagles are concerned, nothing has transpired thus far.
Brown out of the gun, turns and gives. Off that left side, right side of the Rocket defense stiffening as Caleb Snitzer gets the carry. We talked about Snitzer's prowess in the passing game early. He gets the call on 1st down there and got back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all, maybe even lost a yard. Let's say 2nd down and 11.
Looks like Riley Durbin's going to do it on defense as well, T-Roy, but I got to show some love. Jesse Lindemann, is that how I pronounce his name? Number 87 in also, the junior, 6 foot, 160-pounder, but nice job over there on the right side of the defense, left side of the Eagles offense.
Lindemann, another one of those guys they expect to make a big leap forward this year. The junior helping out is Brown to throw, fires it right side, juggling attempt. Made a nice stab at it. That was Pippinger. And he got a hand on it, tipped it almost to himself, Noble, but couldn't hang on.
Speaking of tip, T-Roy, there's your young man there.
Mr. Reggie Pearson.
Reggie Pearson, he put his hand up like the big lineman used to do it in NFL. You couldn't get to him. He stood his man up with a 2-hand shiver, and he took that big right paw and put it up there, and he kind of slightly deflected the football, so he was the first person to tip the ball as well.
Noble, he's got a great motor. Heard Colton talk a lot about him in practice. He really goes after it, and coaches love his attitude. He makes a play there. Now 3rd down and 11 for the Eagles as the Rocket defense looking for a 3-and-out.
I like how he used his brains that time. Couldn't get to the quarterback, so he put his paw up.
Spread the field. Couple of receivers to the right, one to the left. A little miscommunication there as Brown on the handoff, nothing doing. Snitzer got the carry, and Noble, it looked like Brown thought maybe Snitzer was headed one way, and he came back the other.
That's that emotion right there, T-Roy. 6 foot, 160-pound junior, number 87, Jesse Lindemann. Excitement. Did you see not only after he made the tackle right there, T-Roy, but he kicked his leg up, pumped his fist? That's the type of excitement you want. So we were talking about Eagles having excitement a second ago. That's an emotional turn for the Rockets.
3-and-out, Rockets looking to get good field position on a short punt. One hop taken at the 47, shedding a couple of tackles. And let's say 22 on the return to Eli Bell, the freshman. And he is taken down in Eagle territory at the 45.
I like the heads-up play of the freshman that time, Eli Bell, T-Roy. He had the ball, caught it on the one hop. Instead of letting that ball bounce another 5 or 6 yards, he went ahead and took it and got all he could get. T-Roy, no harm, no foul. I know the Rockets did not have a lot of success on that first drive, but negate what the Eagles did, got the ball right at the 45-yard line going in, T-Roy.
7:05 left here in the opening quarter. Second offensive possession as Hill looks to throw, gets a good block, tucks it and runs to the 40, to the 35, to the 30, up the sideline, 25-20, uses his blocks well, tippy-toes down the sideline, and give him 6. Are they going to say he stepped out of bounds? If he did, he just barely kicked up a little bit of chalk.
He's saying he stepped out at the 15-yard line, T-Roy. T-Roy, Tell me what's so special about these numbers I'm going to give you. Number 1, Chris Davis. Number 2, Tatum Swift. Number 9, Brenton Burchell. What's so special about those guys?
Those 3 are seniors. They're running backs, and they block and run as well.
Those 3 provided the 3 key blocks for your running back, who's a freshman, actually quarterback that time, Mr. Hill.
And he got a really good blocking very wisely. That's what you like is Davis. Look at the legs churned by Davis as he just drags potential tacklers down to about the 7-8 yard line. So we'll have now first down and goal for the Rockets from the 7. Noble, look at that churn by Davis. Powerful, powerful legs. Or no, they're going to have – I'm sorry. I was giving him a first down and goal. He does have – I got to go ahead of myself.
One of the first lessons you all taught me on the radio, he got right behind the buttocks of Mikey Stoddard that time, T-Roy.
That's a pretty good place to be as Davis winding his way, cutting, twisting, turning. Now he gets a little helpful push. Did he get in? They'll rule him down at the 1. But now first down and goal to goal. First and 1. Can they get it in here, Noble?
That time, Cameron Orr, number 56, 6'2", 215 pounds. He was leading the charge that time up front. So it's real simple, T-Roy. Get behind those big linemen and just push forward, T-Roy. So I expect to see a quarterback sneak. I could be wrong, but here's what I'm thinking. First score, 2022 campaign, number 5, Ryan Hill, freshman quarterback, touchdown.
It's a young season. Let your youngster do it. Let's see. Nope, they're going to let the veteran do it. Davis has got him here. He tries to twist and turn, and he is denied at the goal line. Good penetration by the Eagles up front. Davis got hit before he got a chance to make his cutback.
Yes, indeed. There was quite a bit of penetration that time. In the backfield, number 18, Marshall Spann for the Eagles that time. And T-Roy, I got to tell you, I was expecting quite a little push that time, but the handoff, extra 2 or 3 yards in the backfield allowed the Eagles to get in the backfield. So I'm thinking quite a push. I was a day early. Hill, touchdown, right side.
Challenger line here. Let's get that yard. Nope, they're going to turn in hand again, this time slamming it forward, and there will be no doubt about it. Liam Bell will go into that student section and announce his arrival. Touchdown, Liam Bell. And the Rockets get on the board first. 6-0 on that 1-yard plunge, and Bell says, you know what? Chris Davis, thank you for getting me close, but I'll take it from here.
Bell still excited. Look at him on the sideline, gentlemen. 6'1", 195-pound junior, number 6, Liam Bell. Now, I'll say this, T-Roy. When the coach comes in and call that play from the 1-yard line, you get excited.
Yes, and he's one of those guys that's like a caged tiger right now. No, he didn't get a lot of work because he was nursing an injury, as Griffin's point after try is up, and it is good. So here, with 5:07 left here in the first quarter of play, the Rockets have taken the lead. Your score, Forrest 7 and Eagleville nothing.
Rockets 7, Eagles 0.
Don't know what I would do without you to show me the way and the truth. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you.
Your local agents, Scott Bond and Troy Cashin. Are you moving to the area and need a place to store your possessions? Are you trying to declutter your existing space or needing a place to park your boat, RV, truck, trailer, or camper? There's a simple solution. It's Highway 99 Storage. Conveniently located off Highway 99 and James King Road, it's a lighted, secure, and fenced-in area to keep your valuables safe. New units available with climate control. Call 364-5678 to rent. That's Highway 99 Storage.
William Bell doing the honors from 1 yard away as Grissom's kick. High, angling, dropping back toward the goal line and receiving at the 1. Center of the field. Good return set up here. Plenty of room. 35-40, 45 midfield stripe. One man to beat. It's Elijah Ferns. Levi Van Patten giving chase, and he will not get him. It is a 99-yard kickoff return, and the momentum has just been snatched back by the Eagles.
T-Roy, fundamentals. As I was watching them come down to cover the kick, A couple of the Rockets got out of the lane assignment, and some of them actually came down, had an opportunity to make a tackle, and they didn't break down. You cannot run by the man with the ball with your arms out, T-Roy. So that'll be an opportunity for them to go back and look at film. They'll talk about that when they come to the sideline, but I don't think you'll see anything like that happen again for the rest of the season.
Hey, whoever wrote the piece for the Daily News Journal in Murfreesboro can pat themselves on the back. They said the guy that was going to step up for the Eagles, none other than Mr. Elijah Fern. So they hit the nail on the head there. 99-yard kickoff return for the touchdown, and the Eagles are going to go for 2 here.
It's probably something for the record books for the Eagles. 99-yard kick return.
Brown will roll. He looks to throw back across the field. Got some heat, fires it, and he has a man wide open. The 2-point conversion is good to number 29, Colton Daniel, and just like that, the Eagles have gone back on top 8-7. With that being said, we'll take another break. We'll be back to Murray E. Holton Memorial Field after this.
Know that with Apex Banking Online, you can access your accounts, pay bills, and send money to friends and family anytime. Our online banking feature gives you the advantage of secure banking right from anywhere. With our mobile app and online services, banking has never been more convenient. We're here to serve you wherever you go. Visit us in Chapel Hill or call 931-246-7105. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Joseph Fowler and his outstanding staff are dedicated to providing the most effective, clinically superior physical therapy humanly possible. They make it easy to get back in the game by accepting most insurances, including Medicare. They specialize in total joint replacement rehab and orthopedic conditioning. They'll help get your range of motion, flexibility, and your strength back. They even assist in dizziness and balance disorders. Get yourself back in the game at Benchmark Physical Therapy, 4654 Nashville Highway.
Oh, let the smack talking begin as we had to break. Pretty ingenious over on that Eagleville side. They've got somebody with the megaphone, and he was like, why y'all so quiet over there?
Hey, that'll quieten the crowd, though, T-Roy.
That was a crowd quieter, no doubt.
That'll quieten the crowd. As you said, 99-yard kick return, and then you come and you take advantage of the momentum shift, and then you flood everybody to the right. Misdirection, and you throw the ball back to the opposite side to the only wide receiver over there by himself on an island. You become 8-7, T-Roy.
Yep, Eagles retake the lead. 4:51 left here in this first quarter of play here in Chapel Hill. Season opener for both teams. Had a few teams open up last night, as we talked about earlier. A couple of teams on this Forrest schedule got together last night. Next week's opponent, the Cornersville Bulldogs, as this one stays in bounds. Davis will pick it up, and he is swarmed by a host of white jerseys at the 21-yard line, and that was a good kick there, angling toward the sideline, and really allowed the returning team not much of an opportunity to get a return.
Apparently that was part of the scouting report for the Eagles. They kicked it to the same sideline. This time it stayed in bounds. Davis tried to wait on it, and once he recovered it, very little room as he had the sideline as a boundary working against him that time. So looks like they're going to all kick them all towards the sideline. Hopefully they won't kick too many off, to be honest with you, T-Roy. They won't score too many more times, hopefully.
Now let's see if the Rockets can respond to that Eagleville touchdown. From the 21, they give it Burchell. This time Birch straight up the middle. Out across the 25 out to about the 28-yard line on a quick hitter. It'll bring up now 2nd down and 3 as we've got Burchell down on the field, and he's in a little pain. Hope it's just a cramp early on.
I was wondering if you were going to say something like that on the first game, T-Roy. It seems like I think every broadcast I've ever been with you, that's part of the conversation, and we are all certainly hoping that that's all it is and that he gets up and we give a big round of applause and it's just a cramp and we see him maybe in 2 plays from now, hopefully.
Hey, man, while we got a chance, I want to say hello out there. Braden Boyer, former Rocket. He is on the left coast, way out in California, watching us tonight. So best of luck to him and his studies at Pepperdine. And, of course, he was a great Rocket for his career here at Chapel Hill, and wishing him the best. As he texted me a little bit earlier and said, hey, we're thinking about you. We're going to watch the first game and just want to send out some greetings to him.
That's pretty cool. If Mr. Boyer is out there at Pepperdine University, I don't know that we necessarily have to wish him the best. He has nothing but the best ahead of him if he's at Pepperdine University.
Hey, right there with a great view, and for all you folks that may be watching with him, yes, he was a really outstanding football player. We put in a good word for him.
That's all right, Mr. Boyer.
They continue to attend to Birch out there. Let's just hope that injury is not serious. Hopefully it is just a cramp. And while we've got a little bit of time here, we do want to pass along a couple of things to you once more we wanted to mention throughout the night. We've got the Duck River Valley Conference Cornhole Tournament. That is to support the benefit of Micah McClendon. It'll be held Sunday, September the 11th at 2 o'clock. Any age, you can register by September the 5th. It's $100 per team. You can register at First Commerce Bank or contact David Delk at 931-993-1671. They'll have an NFL live stream, live DJ, and concessions will be available. Bring a chair and or tent if you want to. BYOB, 1445 Old Highway 99 in Chapel Hill is the location. Donations are appreciated. Sponsorships available. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Micah McClendon Trust Fund. And also we do want to mention the Forrest Fish Fry coming up in September. That date, September the 30th, as that will be the 6th annual event. Tickets are $12. It will be here at the Forrest football field. Of course, that has been a tremendous success, that fundraiser for the benefit of the Forrest football squad. Once again, Friday, September the 30th, the date from 5 until 7 here at Forrest High School, the 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry, brought to you by Apex Bank. And while I'm at it, Noble, my phone now has blown up. I need to give a shout-out, how dare I not give a shout-out to my son in Chattanooga who is watching the game tonight. He said he would have been here and helped out had he been here for the first game, but enjoyed last year getting to be a part of that. And, of course, he is moved into Chat. He is a Mock now, but he is watching his former teammates here tonight. So, hello to Colton.
Colton, yes, sir. Congratulations to you, UTC Mock. So, T-Roy, I don't want you to mess up any further. He's not the only one down in Chattanooga, is he?
No, my daughter is there as well. My daughter probably is not. She is busy with sorority activities tonight, so I'm sure she's probably not getting an opportunity to watch right now. But we'll say hi to her as well, and, of course, Dawn back at home, so that way I'll cover all the family bases. My dad watching as well tonight. Of course, as you know, Noah, he loves to come to the games. He's already asked me about a couple of games this year, but he always watches and enjoys getting to watch the Rockets.
Mr. Cashin, I look forward to the next time I can be in your presence, sir. So, yes, indeed, looking forward to it.
He's outstanding, isn't he?
He's fabulous, yes, indeed. I'm certainly a fan of your father, sir. Yes, indeed.
I am, too. I got a good one. If I messed up, it was my fault.
Well said. Well said. Well said.
They continue to attend to Birch out there. While we've got an opportunity, let's take another commercial break, hear from some of our fine sponsors, and we'll be back.
Hometown banking. It's having your decisions made by a bank right here in your town, not in another city, county, or even state. It's neighbors and friends who know your name and take the time to greet you when you walk in. It's modern technology such as online banking and mobile check deposits while still being able to talk to a living, breathing human. Come visit us at 4641 Nashville Highway or call us at 364-7888. First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Moving forward with strong tradition. It's the town's motto, but it holds so true today. The town of Chapel Hill is balancing expanded growth with preserving the small town traditions that make it special. The town's administration and employees would like to take this time to reaffirm their commitment to the citizens of Chapel Hill and to wish the Rockets and Lady Rockets success in their upcoming seasons. From the home of the Lions Super Bowl of the South, the town of Chapel Hill says, "Go Rockets!"
And welcome back. Noble, we thought at first maybe it was going to be a cramp the way he had kind of rolled up there. I'm not sure now because there were a lot of folks that came out pretty quickly, so we're not sure exactly what area they're attending to. I thought at first maybe it was going to be that lower thigh or calf area that maybe he caught a cramp there, but from the time that they have taken out there, you certainly think that it is something a little more serious at this point, but hate to speculate.
Well, I as well hate to speculate, but I'm just observing, and some of the things that I see taking place out there, certainly not a crimp. There's phone calls being made and a couple other things that's taking place as well on the field. So, and as you said, there's extra people who have come onto the field, and he's receiving a great deal of attention. So it's certainly not something that is something to downplay or overlook. So yes, indeed, T-Roy.
Never taken any situation lightly, Noble, but I think the fans in Chapel Hill now, every time that there is that extended delay, you just think back to Micah. And, that is something I think this crowd is really quiet right now, and I think it's something that, we all remember just how tragic that night was for everyone, and it's something certainly in the back of your mind when they take this much time that you think back to. So, hope nothing, of course, that serious, but again, they are taking quite some time to attend to Birch out there, and we will keep you apprised of the situation as we can. As they continue to attend to him, let's take another commercial break, and we'll hear from some more of our sponsors here on TC Sports 1. Well, we certainly hate to speculate here as they continue to attend to the fallen Rocket. Of course, players on both sidelines and are gathered in prayer. And Noble, that is something you won't see everywhere, but that is what makes small towns special.
You certainly do. At the core of small town is a common theme of belief and values that we just stay true to, T-Roy, and in times of need, there's certain things we can all agree that we call go-to and we certainly believe in, and we all have our times when we can come together regardless of what's going on and see our commonalities, and this happened to be one of those times, and as they take a knee and they bow their heads.
Yeah, we just encourage you out there as you're watching this broadcast, if you will, take a moment and pray for this young man that it is not a serious injury. They are certainly taking a lot of time, and a senior at that, Noble, and you hate to see someone's senior season end this short of a time into it.
Yes, T-Roy, because as you say, this short time into it, you can almost say it just started. So yeah. I mean, so it doesn't get much shorter than just starting.
7.5 minutes into the opening quarter here. 4:33 left here in quarter number one. Is a rather lengthy break right now. Is Noble? I'm just speculating. I would have expected maybe to see the ambulance at
I'm going out on a limb, T-Roy. I didn't want to speculate, but I think that's what the phone call was for, because based upon what I can see transpiring down on the football field, there's only one thing left, and that would be to wait on the ambulance.
Man, you don't know as you see Micah rolling out here toward Birch, and the bond between those two, Noble, is special. It's a special one. He's going to ride out here and check on his teammate and friend, and just wants to be there for him. And man, what a testament that is.
Comrade, that's what you need in times like this, T-Roy. You need the people that you lean on and those who support you to just be present. And we all know at times when we get lost for words or something, and we just certain faces we just want to see. They don't necessarily have to find the right words, but we just need to see them be present.
Well, as they continue to attend to Brenton Burchell, we're going to take another commercial break, and we'll be back with more here on TC Sports 1.
Funeral home and cremation services had its beginning in 1939 when Thomas H. Lawrence established the business. Lawrence Funeral Home has always strived to provide compassionate, dignified, and professional service to every family it serves, regardless of their circumstances. Lawrence Funeral Home pledges to the families of Marshall and surrounding counties to continue providing excellence in funeral service. In your time of need, our family is there for your family. Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Service.
Stop in and visit Mack Equipment, your largest Exmark and Cub Cadet dealer in the state of Tennessee. Locally owned and operated in the heart of Chapel Hill at 109 North Horton Parkway, next to Southern Roots Hair Salon. Mack Equipment offers parts, sales, service, and rental. Their factory-certified technicians also service multiple brands of outdoor power equipment, making this a perfect stop for your future equipment repairs. Don't forget to visit our 2 other locations in Murfreesboro and Lewisburg. That's Mack Equipment.
Noble, it's why we have a lady here, to be observant. Sharon sees more than we do.
She does.
It looks like from what we've seen that maybe they have an air cast being applied. So, you definitely don't like the sound of that for his future football career, but hopefully it will be something that he can definitely recover from. But I'm sure he is in a lot of pain, especially I think at this point you're just somewhat in a sense of shock. And I've heard people, talk about it. I've gone through it myself. I blew a knee out and really can't tell you a whole lot about what happened other than the point I hit the ground.
And what Miss Sharon also brought to our attention, T. Roy, is that he's very alert. So he's attentive to what they're asking and his needs. And T. Roy, as you get an opportunity, you see Miss Sharon and as she called it, the pep squad. The pep squad is doing exactly what you would anticipate them to be able to do in a community such as this. They're coming together and they're circling up, and they're rallying behind one of their classmates, one of their very own, T. Roy.
Yeah, and like I say, you just hate to see this, but the one positive out of that is you see a community rally and fan base rally, and you see the Eagleville players and their fans over on the other side, and you just think back about when Micah's tragic injury happened, all the support that came from Eagleville, from Moore County, from all the surrounding counties when something like this happened. That is a humbling thing for you here to see your neighbors that you compete with come out and support you. I've got some folks texting me that are giving me some reports that maybe, as you said, we've got the air cast scenario that maybe his leg is broken and maybe knee as well. So knee may be out of place as well. So just again, it's an initial reports that we're getting, and we want to thank everybody. Hey, thanks for the reports out there from everyone. We appreciate those. Again, we're purely speculation at this point, but
But it is safe to make it clear to everybody at home what Ms. Sharon said. One, he's alert, but two, they are taking extra precautionary measures out on the football field.
Yeah. As the fans now will head back, the student section will head back to their respective positions, as I'm sure we await the arrival of the ambulance and the EMS to get here for further attention. Let's take another break, and we'll squeeze in a few more spots from our fine sponsors.
Eye Care Clinic, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan and his staff offer a wide range of services, including comprehensive eye exams, advanced testing, and eye disease management. Fashion frames from top names like Guess and Kate Spade. They also stay on top of new eye care advances like Vuity and Upneat. And that unique Dr. J touch that always leaves you with a smile until your next visit. Make your appointment at 359-4373. Advanced Eye Care Clinic, 815 East Commerce.
Your one-stop shop to keep your vehicle running smooth is J&J Automotive. From routine maintenance like oil changes to brake repairs, tires and alignment, and exhaust work as well, J&J has got you covered. They work on gas and diesel engines. Call Vince or Matt Jackson at 931-364-5602 or stop by their location at 1791 Highway 99. Keep your vehicle in tip-top shape at J&J Automotive.
A couple of shameless plugs here, Noble. Had a chance to kind of look at my phone. My cousin Kerry in Nashville, he always watches. I'll send him a shout out tonight. He always gets on and checks out the Rockets. He really enjoys high school football, and he's watching in Nashville. So shout out to Kerry tonight.
Well, hey, don't see any issue one with shouting out your family, but particularly the ones who support you. So I'm pretty sure Kerry not only appreciates the shout out, but he would support you regardless of you shouting him out.
Man, I'm telling you, undertaking this event, I think finally can maybe take a little bit of a deep breath. And of course, me and you have talked an awful lot about it. I think at 6:02, when the thing finally streamed and we could see it, you're kind of like, whew. So appreciate all the kind words and thoughts from all the folks in the community and just all the encouragement and support that we've gotten. It is certainly appreciated, and I cannot say that enough.
And as I said, T-Roy, they were talking about you on my way into the stadium, so I couldn't make it up to the booth without running into several individuals who were talking about T-Roy. And as I said, I ran into your neighbor, Coach Johns, and Coach Johns and we had a conversation, but he was just as eager also. So I told him I had to cut the little conversation short. I had to get up there with T-Roy. He said, I know.
Oh. Noble, it's been a long time. How many years has it been now?
When I met you, T-Roy, and we officially did this, it was 19. I apologize. It was 2008. I apologize. I was going to say 98, but I had an 8 on the back. It was 2008. T-Roy was the year.
Man, if folks could see, I don't know whether Sharon, it's a huge asked to do this, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Noble, I am extremely proud. Noble he is looking like he could run the rock tonight. How many pounds have you lost, my man?
We still on the air, right?
We still on the air. I'm proud of you, man. I need to do that, but I have not been successful. So
I'll say this to you, Roy, since we have extra time on the air, I would probably regret saying it this way, but here's the motivating factor of what I'm trying to say. I went to see my physician actually on yesterday for my wellness checkup, and he was impressed that I had lost.
As well he should be.
He was impressed that I had lost 11 pounds since my previous visit last year. What I'm about to share with you, I didn't share with him. Now keep in mind, you like math. Yesterday I was 11 pounds less than I was a year before my wellness check. What he does not know is on March 8th, from March 8th until June 10th, he don't know that I worked real hard to lose 13.6 pounds on my own. And then on June 10th, I made a conscious decision to try a vegetarian diet. And from June 10th to August 19th, which is today, I've lost from that time 27.8 pounds from June 10th to August 19th. So what he doesn't know is for me to sit in front of him and lose 11 pounds, I had to lose 40-plus pounds in 5 months in order for me to be in front of him.
Hey, Noble is the man that lost them. I think I am the man that found them. So I need to get some inspiration from where you're coming from. So I'm telling you, the message is great. I'm hoping it kind of bleeds my way a little bit.
I know, but I don't want you to miss all the message. I lost 11 pounds since last year, but I had to get 40 of it off in 5 months in order for the doctor to know I lost 11 pounds. So somewhere off in there, I found those pounds over the course of those 12 months, T-Roy.
Hey, and the one thing that I do want to say, and while we've got some reports that it is a broken ankle for Brenton Burchell. So that not good news at this point. But while we've got a few more minutes, I would be remiss to say, and without saying it, I think we all owe our spots here to Bob and Sharon. Of course, he was a wonderful friend to me getting started in this business, and miss him every day. And it's going to soon be 10 years. But we had a great time, and of course, he got us together.
He did get us together, and Miss Sharon, I alluded to it earlier part of the first quarter when I mentioned the buttocks. That's who taught me the buttocks. So and it made it real clear to me that the word I used on the radio you couldn't say, but you could say buttocks. And he encouraged me not only to utilize the word buttocks, but every time I seen a running back.
You haven't used that in a while.
Every time I seen a running back fall behind one of those big linemen, I was supposed to bring credit to that lineman and make certain that everybody at home knew that the running back's success was contributed to him leading right off the buttocks of that lineman. And I got that from Mr. Bob Smart. He taught me that.
We miss him, and we owe him all that we are here as broadcasters, and just hope that he's watching down tonight and he'd be proud.
Yes, indeed.
There's a lot of cumulative experience in this booth between you two and Ricky. And
that's a very nice way to put. We're getting old, Sharon.
I appreciate it. And Miss
She's
Sharon,
much more of a wordsmith.
And Miss Sharon, I'll say this, and my first. Here's how special Bob was. My first, when I met them in 2008. Mr. Bob Smart wrote me a check for my first broadcasting gig. It meant so much to me to get officially a check from being on air as an on-air personality.
Yes.
That I kept the check. And Mr. Bob Smart, he said, the check hadn't made it to the bank. I said, hey, it was so special that I'm going to keep the check. He let me keep the check. And he paid me cash.
Oh, that's a nice story.
Yeah,
appreciate you sharing that.
You know, we're just trying to keep the legacy alive.
And you guys have done remarkably well. I don't mean to interject on your time here, but I just want to say you've done a remarkable job, and it's been great. I've watched it at home and listened, and I always appreciate the shout-outs to the band when you guys did that, too.
Hey, it's all part of the process that makes this what it is. This place would not be what it is without the combined effort of everybody in this community.
And speaking of the band, football, sports wouldn't be sports without the band. You need that marching, and you need the cheerleading, and also it needs to be credited that not everybody wants to play football. So we need to highlight the talents of those students as well. So yes, indeed, and their talents need to be showcased as well. So yes, indeed. But halftime show should always be celebrated.
Absolutely.
As they continue to attend to Brenton Burchell, let's take another break, and we'll be back with more here at Murray E. Holton Memorial Field.
Hey, there's my girl. Who's that?
Life can be uncomfortable. Your home doesn't have to be. Ream Heating Equipment was designed to bring affordable comfort to any home. So no matter your budget, we can help you feel comfortable, even when you can't be comfortable.
Oh, come on! Yes, let's go!
When it's time for a tune-up or a new HVAC system, contact the trusted pros at Clint's Air Care for expert service and installation.
As we see the Marshall County EMS ambulance making its way on to transport Brenton Burchell off, and you know, the one thing we did see, we saw he was moving his extremities, and that was a welcome sign, but you do hate to see the injury, and of course with this time you know that they are definitely taking their time with him, and not probably a good sign for his football future endeavors here at Forrest, but just hope that's an injury that can heal and he won't have any lingering lifetime effects from it.
Certainly, T. Roy, and you being a guy from the basketball realm of the world, ankles. We ankles and knees. We only get 2 of those, and it's hard when one of those is not functioning the way it originally was.
And I just hope, and that's the case. I'm going to say I've talked with a lot of people, and in my own personal experience, when I did ACL, MCL, cartilage, just blew it out. And really don't remember a whole lot other than just going down. I think you're just in a state of shock at that point, and for him, my heart just hurts for him because, such a promising season for him ahead, and just looking for great things from him. But the important thing, Noble, about him, man, I admire him so much just for his heart toward his friend Micah. I mean, he has just poured so much into Micah and, gotten so much back. But his attitude, you always see him smiling. Just a kid that you really root for, that you don't root, you root for everybody, but you really root for that young man to succeed, and just, like I say, just feel for him at this point.
And T-Roy, we know exactly what you mean. It's not that you don't root for, it's not that there's certain individuals you don't root for, but there are just certain individuals that you really, truly root for just because of their character and who they are. So, and he happens, as you described there, his character happens to be exemplary. So you just wish for the best for him. And I'm looking at it, T-Roy, and the young man is all on the depth chart here, special teams and defense and offense. And that's what you want for a senior, just all on the football field to the point where you rarely come off the field, and then to be taken off like this, T-Roy.
Now with us, Noble, as well as I do, I like to talk, and of course that probably no secret. The young men that we get here.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. We need that. What is it? What is the CNN sounder that you put up? Breaking news or whatever. I just always enjoyed him because there's just certain guys that you're kind of drawn to because of their personalities and the way they interact with you, and just have always really liked him. And it's cool that every year, because Colton had asked me, he said, "No, okay, Dad, what are you going to do now? You got some guys. You had us last year. What are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, there'll be some people that we've had from last year, and then there's always somebody else that steps up." That's the cool thing about this, is that each year you get that kind of turnover, and you get an extra set of guys that you really get attached to after all the years. So, he's one of the guys that just really kind of gravitated to begin with, and like I say, just hate that injury for him.
Sometimes charisma just oozes out, and people just look for an opportunity. So, and the camera and the microphone always finds it finds charisma. So it finds the light in the room, T-Roy. So that's what Burchell happens to be, and you're describing him to a T there, to perfection. So I'm certainly sure that he will appreciate you thinking so highly of him. So yes, indeed.
This is a cool group of kids, man. We just we had an opportunity to spend almost 20 years doing Marshall County football, a great group of kids there, and you come here and just a wonderful group of young kids. I mean, I just love the way, and this was one of the things that Colton talked to me about. He said, it's amazing how when you come here, he said, you hear about family. He said, this is a family. He said, man, when you step in here, he said, from the day I stepped foot on this campus for my first practice in the summer, he said, I had people coming up to me and talking to me, asking me who I was, and making conversation, just really drawing me in. And there's that special sense of that family atmosphere here in Chapel Hill that's just hard to duplicate. And like I say, we've been part of that in Lewisburg. It's a tight-knit community, but it's just a little something different here in Chapel Hill. It's just it's just hard to describe if you haven't been in it.
And T-Roy, quite often I have to ask you a lot of questions and about the evolution of certain players. You've watched them at middle school, but I observe people, and I see how they go along with each other on the sideline when they're not in the game. I see how they are on the sideline when they come off the field or whatever. So I see a lot about exactly what you're describing just by observing the young men on the sideline with each other. And there's the applause right there, well deserved. He's making his way into the ambulance, T-Roy.
As they load him up with his teammates out there to greet him or usher him into that ambulance, they're thinking about him still. And we certainly send our thoughts and prayers out to Brenton Burchell and his family. Let's take another break, and we'll be back.
You can't have it all. At Brooks Grocery, they've got farm fresh fruits and vegetables, a deli with a selection of freshly prepared favorites, Brooks specialties like Ava's pimento cheese and Adam's chicken salad, freshly made pies, cakes, and desserts. And who could possibly forget the best meat department you'll find anywhere? Great selection, online ordering, and friendly customer service. Brooks Grocery, the place you'll find your next favorite food.
Chapel Hill Family Dentistry has been serving the oral care needs of Chapel Hill and the surrounding area since 2006. They're a general and cosmetic dental practice dedicated to improving your smile and the overall oral health of you and your entire family. Their goal is to provide superior quality health care in a comfortable environment. Call and schedule your appointment today at 364-4557. That's Dr. William Bell and the Chapel Hill Dentistry staff, proud supporters of the Forrest Rockets.
And welcome back in Noble as we see Brenton Burchell leave the field. Let's stick our football hats on for just a second. We see, first of all, he gets injured offensively. But think about the impact that will be felt by his loss. Maybe not as much offensively, but defensively.
T-Roy, I seen all that when I was looking at the depth chart as I was talking to you about. I was seeing that Burchell was on the field most of the game, but with him not being able to be there, there's a void there. And football, and I know it's said often, and I got to tell you, as somebody who's watched a lot of sports, I don't know if I like the phrase, but I understand it. All that next man up mentality and all that. I think it sounds good, and I know reality, the next man got to come up, but we sometimes when you say that, you either overlook or downplay the impact that the player who was up there actually that he had on the game and what he brought to the game. So yeah.
The microscope now will be placed on, more than likely you're going to see either Smeek Patel, the 5'6", 140-pound senior, or Landon Groenveld, the 5'10", 150-pound junior, who was locked in a battle with Bryce Tankersley at the other corner. You probably will see them, but not nearly the experience and leadership back there in that secondary. With Eagleville liking to throw the football as they do, maybe that loss is going to be felt more on the defensive side of the ball. We'll just have to see what transpires as both teams, after that long delay, will go through a few warm-ups here, and then we'll be back to live action here in just a few moments.
This broadcast on TC Sports 1 brought to you by Advanced Eye Care Clinic, home of the real Dr. J, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan. By Amigos Mexican Grill, authentic Mexican cuisine. By Apex Bank, a top performer amongst Tennessee community banks. By Benchmark Physical Therapy, where they'll get you back in the game. By Brooks Grocery, where you'll find your next favorite food. Also brought to you by Dr. William Bell at Chapel Hill Family Dentistry. By Clint's Air Care, your local ring dealer. By Farm Bureau Insurance, auto, life, health, and homeowners. By First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking. We're brought to you by Highway 99 Storage, now with climate control units. By J&J Automotive, your one-stop auto shop. By Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Services, serving since 1939. By Lewisburg Animal Hospital, your other family doctor. By Mack Equipment, your local Cub and Exmark dealer. And by the town of Chapel Hill, moving forward with strong tradition.
And we return as we are almost set to get back to play, almost a 45-minute delay here, and certainly we'll give you any update that we get on the condition of Brenton Burchell. But now it's tough for an athlete, Noble, as you've seen your teammate have to leave on a stretcher to refocus.
And yes, indeed, T-Roy. And I'll tell you what, the amount of time we've had and those young men there, it does remind you that football can sometimes be a very physical game. And but they got to go back out there and got to try to get their minds wrapped around the fact that they get to play this game that we all grew up loving as a young person, and try their best to think about, okay, we'll check on Brenton after the game, but right now we got to get back to the task at hand, because everybody at home know that Eagleville is up 1 point, and it's still the first quarter, T-Roy, and we still got 3 quarters and some change to go.
Nightfall here in Chapel Hill as they go back to the ground across the 30. Davis twisting and turning as he will cross the 30 out to about the 34 and pick up another Rocket first down. Chris Davis and Noble between the tackles. He just gets stronger, I think, as the game progresses. He is a really tough running back.
He is, T-Roy, and up there blocking. You have to help me out. Number 65, Cameron Street. He's a sophomore, and you got number 17, Landon Groenville. Yes, indeed.
Swift with the carry, gets a good block on the corner. Swift down the sideline, one man to beat, to the 30, to the 25, the 20, 15, 10, and caught from behind at the 5-yard line. Tayton Swift, his second monster carry of the evening, Noble. That one covered a whopping 61 yards.
T-Roy, young man has his hands up in the air. Riley Durbin. Riley, I seen you, young man. When you go back and you look at this, 5'8", 200-pound senior, you did an excellent job of blocking. Riley took his man, drove him downfield about an extra 15 yards, T-Roy. That young man there, I will call your name all season, Riley. You keep doing what you do, sir.
I'm about to see Ricky Sweeney in a minute as he'll lost the football, but very smartly, rather than trying to pick it up and run with it, he falls back on it. They'll take the loss back to the 10, where it'll be second down and goal. But I was about to say I'll see Ricky in just a moment, but Tayton Swift now over 100 yards on only 2 carries.
Well, see, look at that. So we were talking about it, want to know if somebody got to 100. T-Roy, when the coaches go back and look at this, Riley Durbin just took his man down again and was on top of him. He's going to be able to do a coaching clinic just with that young man there. Riley Durbin is blocking lights out.
Oh, he's a manimal. He's part man, part animal. Riley Durbin, he is the man up front. Give inside, and Chris Davis says, guess what? Fans in the stands, I'm going to pose for you as I score a touchdown. He broke it down right in front of the student section, right up the gut. Chris Davis for 6.
Cameron Street, number 65, and number 56, Cameron Orr. Yes, indeed. Cam, that's what they did. Bam, bam, Cam.
I'm telling you, Chris Davis knew what to do with it. He got the carry, he got the hole, and he struck pay dirt. Davis with the touchdown from 10 yards out, and the Rockets now back on top, 13-8.
We got a personnel issue, T-Roy.
Yeah, Grissom saying, hey, I got to have another player out here.
We're going to need a timeout, T-Roy. I don't think we're going to have enough time.
Yep, Rockets are going to be forced to burn a timeout. We'll take timeout as well. After a commercial break, we'll return with your score. Rockets 13 and Eagleville 8.
Don't know what I would do without you to show me the way and the truth. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you.
Your local agents, Scott Bond and Troy Cashin. Are you moving to the area and need a place to store your possessions? Are you trying to declutter your existing space or needing a place to park your boat, RV, truck, trailer, or camper? There's a simple solution. It's Highway 99 Storage. Conveniently located off Highway 99 and James King Road, it's a lighted, secure, and fenced-in area to keep your valuables safe. New units available with climate control. Call 364-5678 to rent. That's Highway 99 Storage.
Grissom bangs home the extra point, and Noble, that's another thing that you have to take out of Burchell being injured. You got a new holder, so it's going to be the freshman, Houston Matlock, 5'2", 100-pound freshman holding, and he did a great job right there. Cold off the bench, gets it down, and Grissom hammers it through for the Rockets retake the lead at 14-8.
And to keep that in mind, wherever Burchell was at, someone else had to come through there. Miss Sharon, I hope you appreciate this. Chris Davis just ran through that big gaping hole. what I thought of when I seen them big blockers, the Cam, Bam, Bam. Mr. Bob Smart used to always look at me, and he used to say this: I could have ran through that hole. Yes, indeed. So that's one of them holes right there. Mr. Bob Smart used to always tell me, whenever those big linemen do their job, you let them know that they shine. So one more time, Cameron Orr, as Mr. Bob Smart would say, Chris Davis, I could have ran through that hole right there.
Davis says, you know what? I would like to think there's a little more finesse to it than that, Noble. But you know what? It was a pretty big hole.
It was a big hole. Hey, I think, Miss Sharon, you get my point, right? It was a big hole.
I've got your point.
Yes, indeed.
Grissom to kick it off. Good kick again. Drifting back and taking it, retreating at the 5. Center of the field. This time the coverage much better. As getting slung down, that's Groenville back there. Snitzer with the return, but Groenville got down and made an outstanding open field tackle.
C.T. Roy, as you said, I do not anticipate what we've seen early part of first quarter. That will not take place again. That's what you call coaching them up. They came down that time, even though one of the gunners came down, outran the play, didn't break down, but they stayed in their lanes, T-Roy, and that's what you want to do. You lane assignment.
Noble, while I'm at it, I know you've seen the commercials. I got to send out some praise to my daughter, Lexi. She helped me with doing a lot of these, so you know, it has taken a village to get this done. So I just want to thank her as well. As we get started, Eagleville back to the offensive. Snitzer with it. Eludes one tackler, gets across the 15 out to about the 17, maybe the 18. Give him 3 on first down. It'll be second down and 7 now. Big Reggie Pearson getting in there.
There you go, Reggie Pearson. And also, I was gonna let you know, it ain't quite done until you put some gravy on it. So Gravy Allen was in there also with Reggie. So number 68 and 71 in on the tackle, T-Roy.
You hear the band below, providing a little atmosphere here as opening night. It is a packed house and then some. Fences are lined, stands are packed. Everybody in the mood for some opening night football here. And you see Chris Davis. He was in full locked and loaded mode as he was about to take out Snitzer, but Snitzer eluded him just enough at the last minute. Davis still got a tackle, but it wasn't the direct hit.
And Davis, he'll still go down in the books for making that solo tackle, but he's upset that it was not a tackle for a loss, sir.
Oh, he was already on the highlight reel. He had heat seeking. I'm going to blow him up.
He's ready to put that right shoulder pad in him, get those legs up under him and thrust and drive him into the ground. But
don't make Dr. Bell proud. He was going to drill him.
There you go.
Third down for the Eagles. 3rd and 5 as they go back to the ground. Nothing doing right in the center of the field up front. That defensive line for the Rockets just collapses and very little running room.
T-Roy, I'm starting to feel good. It's the first game of the season, but I can see the game a little more clear now. 61, Riley Durbin, Luke Gravy Allen in on the tackle also, number 71. They fighting off their block, T-Roy. That's what I'm talking about in the weight room. They being blocked, but they pushing off with one arm and using that off arm to make a tackle with one arm.
Hey, I called Durbin a manimal early on. Noel, you're going to appreciate this. As the punt, a low liner, taking midfield stripe, trying to get back left. Bell with it, turns the corner at the 50, to the 45, the 40, the 35, the 30, the 25, the 20. You can pucker up and kiss him goodbye. Touchdown, Eli Bell.
T-Roy.
Eli rings the bell.
T-Roy, that's a freshman, 5'11", 150 pound, number 22. Now here's the beautiful thing about it, T-Roy. On the opposite side of the F, on the top part of the F, where he caught the ball. And I know you're a play-by-play guy, you'll love this. He brought it opposite field, T-Roy, the other side of the sideline, and went down the numbers. But here's the beautiful thing about it. One more time, help me out. Number 2, Tatum Swift. Number 1, Chris Davis. What's special about them 2 young men?
Running backs that'll put their nose in and get dirty.
They both provided 2 key blocks inside the 10-yard line that freed him up. He would not have scored that touchdown if it wasn't for those 2 key blocks, and they unloaded on the Eagles.
They had it walled up down this left sideline, Noble, and Bell did the rest. Eli, the freshman, taking it the distance, a 47-yard punt return. Grissom on for the point after try. Snap good, hold good, kick is good. And the Rockets offense looking good here. They get some support from the special teams with 47 seconds left here in the opening quarter. They lead it 21-8.
Rockets 21, Eagles 8.
Know that with Apex Banking Online, you can access your accounts, pay bills, and send money to friends and family anytime. Our online banking feature gives you the advantage of secure banking right from anywhere. With our mobile app and online services, banking has never been more convenient. We're here to serve you wherever you go. Visit us in Chapel Hill or call 931-246-7105. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Joseph Fowler and his outstanding staff are dedicated to providing the most effective, clinically superior physical therapy humanly possible. They make it easy to get back in the game by accepting most insurances, including Medicare. They specialize in total joint replacement rehab and orthopedic conditions. They'll help get your range of motion, flexibility, and your strength back. They even assist in dizziness and balance disorders. Get yourself back in the game at Benchmark Physical Therapy, 4654 Nashville Highway.
Wow, we've seen it all here in the opening quarter. Offense has got it going, special teams has got it going, and the Rockets lead it 21-8.
Tell you what, T-Roy, the Bell family. The Bell family has outscored the Eagles. The Bell family got 12 points.
You're right. They have been ringing the bell.
Ding, ding.
Ding, ding. We hope to hear it ring a couple more times tonight.
Hey, it's not a knockout in the first quarter. You can't knock them out in the first quarter, T-Roy.
But I am very happy that they came back like they did. Gave up that touchdown on the kickoff return, but they have seized momentum right back.
That's what I like, T-Roy. I've always admired coaches, and I've always admired how they go try to find the smallest thing to find some way to motivate people. They're going to come back and they're going to talk to these fellows. They're going to say, hey, had y'all not given up that kickoff return, we could have shut them boys out. So they're gonna give them something to work towards. So shut them out the rest of the game, gentlemen.
They got the shutout last year at 14-0. Rockets have won 7 of the last 9, Noble, and I think it's 13-7 overall in the series. But a couple of Eagles wins have been by 1 point. One of them coming in overtime. Pressure off the edge, and the pass is juggled. Is it caught? Yep. They are going to give the catch. 24 on the reception. That's Noah Lilly. Coming off the edge, you had Bell about to ring the bell again of the quarterback. Eli had his sights set on Mr. Brown.
I'll tell you what I liked about it, T-Roy. He didn't take that extra step and try to go for the kill shot once the quarterback had released it. I actually was keeping an eye on the official to see if a flag was going to come out. So I'm glad he kind of let up and he didn't take the shot that was there.
Penalty marker on the play as well, so this is going to back them up, and that is not what the Eagles need at this point. Trailing by 13 and momentum firmly on the side of the Rockets. It's going to make it 1st down and 15 now for Eagleville.
And I don't want to blow by T-Roy. It may have to come up over the course of the season. Eli Bell is a freshman, and either I want to credit the coaches for the discipline they gave that young man, or I want to credit the young man for being wise enough and having enough understanding about how the game is played that he played within the rules that time. I have to watch him all season and see if that's more coaching or more the young man, but I like the fact he didn't get penalized on an opportunity that most freshmen would have taken advantage of.
Yeah, you think about the juices flowing, but that was a really wise move. Brown loads it up to throw. Pass is incomplete, and Noble, the receiver, did a good job that time of helping his quarterback out. He came back to the football. Had he not, that may have been picked.
And Bryce Tankersley, number 16, a junior, 5'8", 150-pounder out there, and he was in excellent coverage, T-Roy. He also came back to the ball. So, as you said, the wide receiver came back, but he had Tankersley all on him. And Bryce Tankersley, he was blanketing him.
Coach Stevenson talked about Tankersley in our interview. I'm not sure whether we got that part on camera or not, but he said, you know what? He came out here and just said, you know what, that position is mine. He said he played it like he owned it, and I really like his confidence.
If he keep playing like that, I'm going to change his name to Bryce Blankersley. He blanketing him out there.
I hear you. Second down now. Fake the give. A lot of miscommunication there, and he may have been just as well off to give it to the first back through, Noble. Brown tried to keep it, and he just got submarine back there. There were a lot of blue shirts penetrating up front.
There was a lot, but you know me, I'm going to highlight the one that I seen out there who got back there with all that.
That's what makes you the best,
yes,
man.
Yes, indeed. Jesse Linderman, number 87, 6 foot, 160-pound junior. He got back there and held on tight, did not let go. But here's what I love about it, T-Roy. You did say it. There were several blue jerseys back there, and I do want to highlight the fact that they're getting a lot of penetration.
End of the first quarter here in Chapel Hill. As your score after one, the Forrest Rockets leading Eagleville 21-8. We'll take a commercial timeout, and then we'll be right back.
Hometown banking. It's having your decisions made by a bank right here in your town, not in another city, county, or even state. It's neighbors and friends who know your name and take the time to greet you when you walk in. It's modern technology such as online banking and mobile check deposits while still being able to talk to a living, breathing human. Come visit us at 4641 Nashville Highway or call us at 364-7888. First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Moving forward with strong tradition. It's the town's motto, but it holds so true today. The town of Chapel Hill is balancing expanded growth with preserving the small town traditions that make it special. The town's administration and employees would like to take this time to reaffirm their commitment to the citizens of Chapel Hill and to wish the Rockets and Lady Rockets success in their upcoming seasons. From the home of the Lions Super Bowl of the South, the town of Chapel Hill says, "Go Rockets!"
As you hear the band of blue playing in the background, Rockets had a good first quarter, lead it 21-8 as we get set to begin the second 12 minutes of action here in Chapel Hill. Troy Cashin, Noble Mays, Mr. Ricky Sweeney, Miss Sharon Peter with the filming tonight, and we've got Mr. Peter Wilson, Mr. Corey Cook helping us out as well here, our student assistants, as we get set to begin this second quarter of action here. Good first quarter for the Rockets, Noble. You came out with energy. Except for the kickoff return, things have gone according to plan.
Yep, take those 10 seconds away, and it's been a beautiful first quarter.
Brown to unload the pass high, intended for 24, who had come across the middle, kind of settled in that little zone area there, but it was over the head of Lilly, and it'll bring up fourth down now. And for the Eagles, they haven't been able to get much offense going.
Bryce Tankersley, I seen you in coverage that time. He lost his footing, so that's perfectly fine. He was in great position, just having to lose his footing that time. Ball thrown over the wide receiver's head. So timing was thrown off wide receiver and the quarterback. That's great coverage again. I like the fella at cornerback.
They get the punt out of there, angle it away from the returners, and we've got the youngster Matlock back there. Once again, Houston Matlock. He came in relief of Burchell on the holes, did that flawlessly. Now he gets a shot at returning the punt, and Eagleville does not want to see the return game anymore. They kick it out of bounds.
And it looks like that would be advantage Rockets. They'll take that great field position. So, and here's the thing, T-Roy. We spoke at length last year about this arsenal that they have at running back and the talent they have for the Rockets. There'll probably be a lot of teams that we'll see that are opt to kick the ball at an angle out of bounds to avoid trying to have a big run.
Tankersley, Orr, Street, Allen, Stoddard, Durbin, those guys up front, Lindemann at tight end, they're doing a wonderful job thus far as they go back to the ground, and here comes Liam Bell. Shakes his way out of a couple of tacklers. They're still having trouble bringing him down. They do end up losing a few yards on the play, but Bell just simply refused to go down.
He took 4 shots at it, T-Roy.
Yeah.
He gave the Eagles 4 opportunities at it, and he appeared to be a little upset that he went down when he went down.
Kind of like Barry Sanders, man. You thinking, hey, he's fixing to break out of this and go to the house.
And I tell you what, it shows the Eagles that they're going to have to bring it if they decide they want to take that young man their head on when they fill that hole. They're going to have to bring it.
Got a receiver short side right in this set for the Rockets. One back as they give it to Bell straight ahead. across the 40 out to the 45.
Handoff to number
Good
6,
pickup there for Bell as he gets the lost yardage back plus some.
Number 70, Paxton Stingley.
It'll bring up 3rd down. We'll call it 4 for the Rockets. As you've seen Bulldozer, that was Belldozer. He just ran over a couple of guys in the middle of that hole.
Number 70, Paxton Stingley, pulled him down that time, and he's the one walking off the field, T-Roy. I think a little injury time out there.
Yeah, he's a rather large gentleman, number 70, Mr. Stingley.
He got to hold the Bell when Bell had full steam ahead, and he had to just kind of hold on to him.
And they have been dinged up, Noble. We talked about we got to see one of the scrimmages, and they haven't been at full strength throughout any of the scrimmages or jamborees or whatever. Tonight was the first time they've had everybody on the field and a whole different look. And we talked to the coaching staff, and they're like, hey, we're not worried about it. We're holding guys out over here. We put them in a little bubble wrap. We're going to make sure they're ready for the regular season. They've come out ready. Bell, he hadn't gotten much work in, but, boy, he is fresh.
He looks good. Blocking up
front.
Swift,
and this time Eagleville knifing in and cutting Swift down, and that will take his 50-yard per carry average down just a little bit.
Yes, indeed, T-Roy. And he had a hole that time that did not stay open that long, and we haven't called his name in quite a while. Number 16, he had couple of key tackles in the first quarter, the early part. Cade Pippinger, number 16 for the Eagles, but he kind of gashed in there and got in that hole, but it looked like that had potential right off tackle there to get him into the secondary relatively quickly.
The family tradition of the kicking game locked up. It'll be Cohen Grissom, the little brother, the freshman, to handle the punting duties.
There you go, and we're going to work on a name for him, C. Jeezy.
Gets it out of there. High punt as they had some pretty good pressure on him. It will kick back and take an Eagleville roll and be down at about the 32-yard line. It will net him about 24 yards on the punt, and now the Eagleville offense will trot back onto the field where they really haven't done an awful lot against this Forrest defense.
They have not had a lot of success, T-Roy, and they've tried a couple passes, but they have not had a lot of success in the passing game either. So it seems to be a case that that front four up front, they're getting a great deal of push in the early part of the second quarter in the run game. So and we also know if they can get a push in the passing game as well, that's going to make the quarterback kind of erring with some of his passes. So maybe a passing situation.
Yeah, you could pin your ears back a little more when you know they've got to throw, and that's not a good position for that Eagleville offense to be in because you've got some guys up front. We've talked about Durbin and Reggie Pearson and Tankersley up front. That's not a good position when they know you got to throw and they can just turn loose and come get you.
Those four names you just mentioned, we're going to give them some love in the band when we come back.
Timeout taken. We'll be back after this here on TC Sports 1.
Funeral home and cremation services had its beginning in 1939 when Thomas H. Lawrence established the business. Lawrence Funeral Home has always strived to provide compassionate, dignified, and professional service to every family it serves, regardless of their circumstances. Lawrence Funeral Home pledges to the families of Marshall and surrounding counties to continue providing excellence in funeral service. In your time of need, our family is there for your family. Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Service.
Stop in and visit Mack Equipment, your largest Exmark and Cub Cadet dealer in the state of Tennessee. Locally owned and operated in the heart of Chapel Hill at 109 North Horton Parkway, next to Southern Roots Hair Salon. Mack Equipment offers parts, sales, service, and rental. Their factory-certified technicians also service multiple brands of outdoor power equipment, making this a perfect stop for your future equipment repairs. Don't forget to visit our two other locations in Murfreesboro and Lewisburg. That's Mack Equipment.
And Eagleville with the football as we return. 1st and 10 from the 33. They fake the handoff. Brown straight back. He'll air it out down the center of the field. Got a man back there. Pass is caught. 25-20, 15-10, 5, touchdown. Elijah Ferns is having a big play evening, Noble. His second big strike of the night. Brown down the middle. He heaved every ounce he had in that one Ferns was able to come back and grab it as he had beaten the defender downfield, and he takes it to the house, a 67-yard touchdown strike, and Eagleville back in it.
I'm going to take my hat off to the Eagles offense, T-Roy. 6 front linemen that the Forrest Rockets brought, and they applied pressure. Pearson was coming back there applying pressure. Quarterback stayed in the pocket, stayed poised, and he got enough time from that offensive line that he was able to put enough air under the ball.
Eagleville will go for 2 once more. 21-14 your score, 9:29 left to your second quarter. Brown will work out of the gun with Snitzer to his left. Couple of receivers to that side, one top side of your screen to the right. They'll go with the reverse, coming back to the corner and getting inside the pylon. 2-point conversion is good. That was number 16, Cade Pivinger. And just like that, Noble, the Eagles have retaken the momentum. 9:29 left to your second quarter. We'll take a timeout with your score. Forrest 21 and Eagleville 16.
Amigos Mexican Grill is the place you'll find all your authentic favorites, from burritos to enchiladas to sizzling fajitas, all served fast and fresh. Dine in, order online, or call in your order at 364-2222. Also, Amigos has catering services available for your next big occasion as well. Good food, good times at Amigos Mexican Grill, 216 South Horton Parkway. Visit their other locations in Lewisburg and Spring Hill. Amigos, proud supporters of the Rockets.
Lewisburg Animal Hospital serves the veterinary needs of Marshall County. They've grown to a 4-doctor practice specializing in small animal medicine. They offer advanced medicine, surgery, and nursing care in a personal and relaxed environment with the utmost compassion for their patients. For your pet's grooming and boarding needs, Maggie Rue Pet Retreat and Grooming Salon is located adjacent to the hospital. Call 931-359-5945 to schedule an appointment for your pet.
And welcome back. It's the Eagles striking back, and Noble, it's been a night of big plays.
Yes, indeed, T-Roy. Eagles on both 2-point conversions, same scenario, same MO. Misdirection, catch the Rockets, they go the opposite side, and that time it was number 29, Colton Daniel, one of the captains, started the game out. He provided a key block that time that freed him up on the edge.
Eagleville just kicks this one along the ground, covered at the 35. Good job back there by the Rockets, and let's see who that was. That was Antonio Marable, number 3, covering that one up.
T-Roy, I got to ask you, my man. I think I know what you're going to tell me. We've been around a long time. They opted to give them the ball at the 35 with that kick. Would you not take your chances with number 1, Chris Davis, and Tatum Swift? Would you going to keep giving up all those extra yards, or what? I don't know. I'm asking.
I hear you. I'm with the game plan right there. They have been a little shaky in the coverage, so not a bad move. Give Swift off the left side, got a block, and Noble, again, you love to see the progression of your running back. Swift, sophomore year, a little tentative running the football. It seemed like he was trying to find his way a little bit. Junior year, he steps it up, much more decisive. You see him here, he gets to the hole very quickly, makes that one cut, and picks up a chunk of change.
And I'll tell you what helps you with that, T-Roy, the maturity. Once you start, the coach starts telling you that the key blocks are there. You just got to hit the hole. You stop stutter stepping, you hit the hole, and it's open.
Heel rolling right, got some pressure. They're going to take him down back at the 35. And he did one thing really well there, Noble. I'm going to commend the freshman. He had the heat coming. He didn't throw the football. He didn't. It would have been off his back foot, not being set. He took the loss, and sometimes you got to learn to live to fight another day. And of course, they'll have the penalty as well here. We got a flag on the play, and this is probably going to be on the Rockets for holding. But that's a wise decision by your freshman quarterback.
Twice tonight we've talked about 2 freshmen getting key playing time and making wise choices. So that's the second one tonight. And I'll say it, and I'll go ahead and put it on tape for you. You certainly want your quarterback making solid fundamental plays. And as you said, T-Roy, you enjoyed it. I liked it as well. Don't make the situation any worse. Number 16 was barreling down Cade Pippinger all over the place.
2nd and 19 is Swift back to the ground. He gets outside, turns the corner. 45, midfield stripe, 1st down and more. Stays on his feet, takes on a would-be tackler, gets another couple of extra yards, and he is into Eagleville territory all the way down to the 39-yard line. Noble, he is breaking off chunks of change tonight in a big fashion. 37 more there for Swift.
I tell you what, if he was doing back in the days like they used to do in the NFL, you got to go buy your lineman a watch. He old Mikey Stoddard, the senior, 6'1", 270, number 79, and
David
Riley
Sonic,
Durbin,
man.
number 61. He owed both of them a watch because they provided 2 key blocks that time.
Give off the right side. Ball loose. At that time, Eagleville able to strip it. As Groenville got the carry, got into the hole, and that was an excellent job by Eagleville. They were trying to strip the football. They weren't really interested as much, I don't think, in making the tackle. They were coming after the football.
I don't know if it's going to be a hold or a face mask, but right in that same area where he was blocking is where the flag was at. So I don't know if it was a face mask or a hold. It's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be interesting to see because this will change the whichever crowd gets the loudest. You're going to feel that they was a holds this time. So I'm not sure which penalty it's going to be, face mask or hold.
Let's see what we got. Legal procedure.
Neither one
on the Rockets. So they do get a break there.
Wow. Threw me off with that one, my man. I didn't actually see the flag until
I did not either. I'll be honest with you.
When they threw the flag was at the same time at the spot in which the tackle was being made and the block was being made. So that's why I thought I couldn't quite see from a distance here, and I didn't know what they called, but I certainly didn't see that one coming. Not a false start.
So the Rockets get it back 1st and 15, however, after the penalty. They give back to Swift. Swift breaks it outside to the 40, to the 35, stays on his feet, ushered out of bounds as he reaches the 33-yard line. And Noble, he's making it look easy right now.
I tell you what, he is making it look easy, but guess what, T-Roy? If anybody you see in the community say something to you and they say, why that man keep calling Riley Durbin's name? You tell him Riley Durbin, number 61. He was the one who was freeing him up out there. Riley Durbin, number 61, one more time leading the way.
This offensive line has done a wonderful job here tonight getting the big holes, but the backs have used them well. Back to the ground they go, slamming it straight ahead. The battering ram that's otherwise known as Chris Davis just straight ahead, head down, coming right at you. The train is on the tracks.
T-Roy, he used his speed, hit the hole straight, but that time, take your hat off, Tatum Swift, number 2, and number 61, Riley Durbin, T-Roy.
3rd down and 1.
I tell you what, T-Roy, it doesn't take a genius. Which side Riley Durbin on? He on the right side or the left side?
Let's see.
Right, going towards Riley Durbin.
Right, yeah.
Right side.
There he goes. You called it, Mr. Noble Mays.
Do you see that 61 in the charge?
Look at that. And just keeping it going, too. And you saw the freshman Hill. He did a really good job of keeping his legs churning, but as you said, that's just getting down and dirty up front.
Thank you very much. Am I the only one who sees 61 10 yards downfield? My man, scouting report is going to be real simple, T-Roy.
He has earned his nickname tonight. He is the manimal.
Hey, Riley Durbin, sir, you have gained my respect.
1st down and 10 as they continue to push the ball deeper into Eagleville territory. From the 20 now, 6:37 left here, 2nd quarter. Hill under center. Give, that time nothing doing. Bell had no place to go as he got stood straight up at the line of scrimmage. Good penetration that time by the front of that Eagleville defense.
They had a little push that time, and again, number 70 that time. You talked about him earlier.
He's a good-looking football player.
He's a solid fella, and he's in on the tackle that time. Paxton Stingley, and got another gentleman down. I don't know if that's Paxton again. That may be the second time
he went off the field. I'm not sure if 50 is the injured player this time. That's Crimson Armstrong. That's a really good name. If you're playing for Eagleville and Crimson, that's a pretty good name.
Hey, it's not bad at all, my man. He has the right colors. I tell you that.
After a short break, I thought about taking a break, but yeah, now they're going to, well, Did the Rockets call a timeout? I think they're heading over to the sideline. Yep, timeout has been taken. With that being said, we'll be back in just a moment. We'll hear from another one of our fine sponsors. Rockets still lead it by 5.
Eye Care Clinic, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan and his staff offer a wide range of services, including comprehensive eye exams, advanced testing, and eye disease management. Fashion frames from top names like Guess and Kate Spade. They also stay on top of new eye care advances like Vuity and Upneat. And that unique Dr. J touch that always leaves you with a smile until your next visit. Make your appointment at 359-4373. Advanced Eye Care Clinic, 815 East Commerce.
Your one-stop shop to keep your vehicle running smooth is J&J Automotive. From routine maintenance like oil changes to brake repairs, tires and alignment, and exhaust work as well, J&J has got you covered. They work on gas and diesel engines. Call Vince or Matt Jackson at 931-364-5602 or stop by their location at 1791 Highway 99. Keep your vehicle in tip-top shape at J&J Automotive.
As we return, Bell scrambling around back there on first down as he got a little heat. And taken down back at the 23-yard line.
He'll stop by a host of the Eagles.
He'll make it third down. I'm sorry, I had my
third down and about 12.
Down off there, no. It's third down now.
That's okay, and I think that was Hill with the ball, right, T-Roy?
It was, yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because I got his little jersey on the front kind of wrinkled up, but I was going to go get my glasses checked. I wasn't sure.
I've liked his decision-making thus far, the decisions that he's made to keep the football rather than trying to put his team in peril, trying to make a big play. Now he's going to tuck it. Oh, nice job. That's one of those where that was a complete, I am looking for my athletic supporter after that fake out. Hill, that was a wonderful job with the fake. It won't net him a first down, but that's a highlight reel right there. And I do want to mention this. We wanted to make sure tonight we got this broadcast on, kept everything kind of simple. We're going to add to our repertoire with the replays and some other things in weeks to come. But tonight we just wanted to focus on the KISS method. We'll keep it simple. Make sure we get one part mastered, then we'll roll on to something else.
Look at you under promising and over delivering. I ain't mad at you, my man. I ain't mad at you.
Grissom on for the field goal attempt. It'll be a 30-yard attempt. Snap good, set good, kick in the air, and the kick is good as well. G squared, connecting from 30 yards out. And the Rockets have expanded their lead back to 8. It's 24-16.
Remaining in the first half. Rockets 24, Eagles 16.
Hey, there's my girl. Who's that?
Life can be uncomfortable. Your home doesn't have to be. Ream Heating Equipment was designed to bring affordable comfort to any home. So no matter your budget, we can help you feel comfortable, even when you can't be comfortable.
Oh, come on! Yes, let's go!
When it's time for a tune-up or a new HVAC system, contact the trusted pros at Clint's Air Care for expert service and installation.
And welcome back. It has been a pinball game here thus far. Plenty of scoring. 24-16 Rockets. 4:29 left here second quarter. And if you're a fan of offense and excitement, this one's been pretty good so far.
It certainly has given you that, T-Roy. And 24-16, somebody would tell you maybe that may be a final score or something of that nature. But we do have some offense. We got some power in here tonight.
Grissom's kick. Strong right leg. He'll send it down the field, retreating just outside the goal line, taking it at the 1. Center of the field, 20. And good coverage by the Rockets that time. Let's see, was that
Give number
Swihart?
21 some credit.
Levi Van Patten, also Luke Swihart in on the stop. The return was made by 24, Noah Lilly.
Eagles take over.
So the Eagles now have it 1st and 10 from the 20. And Nova, we went back to it. I talked about it. The loss of Burchell, you saw it in that defensive secondary a few moments ago. And let's see if the Eagles try to exploit that again.
It shows up, T-Roy, and I don't want to knock on anybody, but like I said, sometimes with that comment that they make in football world, next man up, I understand the philosophy of it and the theory, but you downplay what somebody brings when you just throw that in and throw it loosely like that.
Brown short throw there. Catch is made, but very little gain. Kate Pippinger with the reception. Swift right there in the neighborhood. It'll pick up, let's give it 3. 2nd down and 7 now for the Eagles as the clock continues to move. 4 minutes left here in the second quarter. Rockets leading 24-16 in our season opener and our debut here on TC Sports 1.
There you go, debut, my man, debut. Much more to come to you. Look forward to. Taking Swift that time, T-Roy. You highlighted him in on the tackle, but he's going to remind them Eagles next time that quarterback throws the ball high, you're going to have to go in there and tell him, I will tattoo you.
Out of the gun, keep one man in, and they get the handoff. Noble, I thought for a minute they were going to be able to punch it out of there, but very little running room for Pippinger. He got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe pushed it forward for, let's give him a couple of yards, make it 3rd down and 5.
T-Roy, in a second, after this play here, I'm going to let you highlight those men up front. But Reggie Pearson, young man there, you think highly of him, the junior, 6'1", 215-pound, number 68, in on the tackle that time. And he's playing with a lot of emotion, T-Roy. So as long as he I think his teammates were trying to make sure that it stayed controlled emotion. But emotion is a good thing to have in a football game, sir.
3rd down and 5, important conversion here for the Eagles. Brown back to throw, got some heat, steps up in the pocket, slings it, and the pass is tipped and caught by one of the linemen, and it looked like a rugby scrum as he just continues to kind of do his best impression of Billy Bob from Varsity Blues and bring it up the field a little bit, but gets taken down about 2 or 3 yards shy of his 1st down.
T-Roy, you know football better than I do. I was sitting here and I was watching those linemen with that push again. The significant difference now and then in that busted coverage earlier where they had time to throw the ball, they were covered in the secondary that time. Great job of covering, and the coverage was so great that they allowed them to put pressure on the quarterback that time.
Had one of the Eagles injured as he's got a cramp, and they're trying to work on him. As timeout is taken, we'll take a break as well. Rockets continue to lead it here in Chapel Hill.
You can't have it all. At Brooks Grocery, they've got farm fresh fruits and vegetables, a deli with a selection of freshly prepared favorites, Brooks specialties like Ava's pimento cheese and Adam's chicken salad, freshly made pies, cakes, and desserts. And who could possibly forget the best meat department you'll find anywhere? Great selection, online ordering, and friendly customer service. Brooks Grocery, the place you'll find your next favorite food.
Chapel Hill Family Dentistry has been serving the oral care needs of Chapel Hill and the surrounding area since 2006. They're a general and cosmetic dental practice dedicated to improving your smile and the overall oral health of you and your entire family. Their goal is to provide superior quality health care in a comfortable environment. Call and schedule your appointment today at 364-4557. That's Dr. William Bell and the Chapel Hill Dentistry staff, proud supporters of the Forrest Rockets.
All right, for the Rockets, Eagleville, 4th down, and you thought for a moment they were going to send it on, try to maybe draw the Rockets offside, but they're going to punt it away, and we got that man back there, the freshman, Mr. Eli Bell. He retreats to the Rocket 40, and let's see if they will kick to him.
Timeout, Eagles.
Eagles maybe didn't like what they saw there. They're going to take time and talk it over. Let's take another short break here from all of our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
This broadcast on TC Sports 1 brought to you by Advanced Eye Care Clinic, home of the real Dr. J, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan. By Amigos Mexican Grill, authentic Mexican cuisine. By Apex Bank, a top performer amongst Tennessee community banks. By Benchmark Physical Therapy, where they'll get you back in the game. By Brooks Grocery, where you'll find your next favorite food. Also brought to you by Dr. William Bell at Chapel Hill Family Dentistry. By Clint's Air Care, your local ring dealer. By Farm Bureau Insurance, auto, life, health, and homeowners. By First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking. We're brought to you by Highway 99 Storage, now with climate control units. By J&J Automotive, your one-stop auto shop. By Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Services, serving since 1939. By Lewisburg Animal Hospital, your other family doctor. By Mack Equipment, your local Cub and Exmark dealer. And by the town of Chapel Hill, moving forward with strong tradition.
And welcome back as the Eagles get set to punt it away. This time the Rockets bring everyone a little closer to the line of scrimmage. Here they come, kick out of there, angling toward the sideline, and Tankersley will pick it up before it takes an Eagleville roll. He will down it in Eagleville territory at about the 49-yard line, where the Rockets will take over with 2:07 left here in the second quarter. And think about this, Noble. You want to score here if you're the Rockets, because Eagleville will get the second half kickoff.
I like how you thinking ahead, T-Roy, but I don't need the extra. They want to score because you got 2 minutes, and they gave you the ball on the 49-yard line. I don't care about who gets the ball in the second half. You want to score simply because you got the ball 49 yards away from the touchdown with 2 minutes and some change left, T-Roy.
I guess I overthought that.
Yeah, you put too much thought into that one, sir.
I was trying to be insightful, and I guess we see how that would win.
Hey.
Oh, here we got the penalty marker coming, and that official has got a good arm, man. He threw that thing 15 yards from the sideline.
Hey, yes, indeed, T-Roy. He slung that one.
Flag on the play as Chris Davis got into the middle of that scrum, and personal foul on the Eagleville Eagles. Face mask will move it on down the field, and that is a helpful, advancement there for the Rockets.
Yes, indeed. 15-yard penalty on top of about a 7-yard run, T-Roy. So they picked up, they netted 22 yards, apparently close to it in 7 seconds, T-Roy.
Yeah, 2 minutes left there at the 29, so plenty of time here. One timeout left as Swift gets it, goes left, cuts it back inside, and made a nice decision there, Noble, as he cut it back. It wasn't going to get him a lot toward the sideline. Cut it back inside, got what he could.
T-Roy, some names I haven't called too often. Drew Glover, number 64, sophomore, provided a key block. And number 3, I heard you mention his name earlier, Antonio Marable, provided a key block. And then, hey, it's all done now. My man Gravy, put a little gravy on there. Luke Gravy in on the block, number 71. That is what I like to see, T-Roy. When you're able to call a number of different numbers, that means everybody's getting involved. Everybody's blocking, doing their assignments. That's what you call football at its highest level.
Swift 8 carries for 154 yards. This time they go inside scissor, and the Eagleville defense reacting well. And Noble, we just keep calling that guy's number, big number 70, and he is a really good football player. He has really been in on every play and tough to block. Paxton Stingley, the senior.
And he comes up limping again, T-Roy, but here's what I like about him. He's causing a lot of trouble right there in the middle, and here's the thing. Eagleville has made a great effort. He's right there on the line, T-Roy, putting pressure on whomever in front of him.
3rd and 1, they'll hand, and Davis will just ram his way across the 20 down to about the 19, and I think he's very close to getting his first down. With forward effort, does get it. So 1st and 10 now at the 19. Clock at the 1-minute mark.
Chris Davis on the carry for the Rockets.
As they will reset it here. Rockets got to get back to the line quickly here. They do have the 1 timeout remaining.
PA announcer give credit to a lot of Eagles on the tackle that time, but number 70 again, he was the first one back there, T-Roy, causing havoc.
2-back look as they roll and throw. First pass of the night is a beauty. How many times do you get to say as a freshman quarterback, my first high school pass was a touchdown? Mr. Ryan Hill can now say that, courtesy of the reception by Carson Yates.
Yes, indeed. T-Roy, from the get-go. All I heard the crowd saying was, he's wide open. That's all the lady was saying. He's wide open. Like the quarterback couldn't see he was wide open. But here's the thing. I love when the play got called in and the quarterback, they get excited. They say, this thing worked in practice. Let's see if it'll work against the Eagles. And as soon as you see the man released from the line and nobody goes with him, you say, all I need to do is give him a little time, put some air under it.
Snap good. The hole by Matlock is good, and the extra point is good by G Squares. He hooked that one and ping-ponged it off the left upright. And with 41 seconds left here in the second quarter, the Rockets tack on another touchdown. They now lead it 31-16 as we head to timeout.
Don't know what I would do without you to show me the way and the truth. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you.
Your local agents, Scott Bond and Troy Cashin. Are you moving to the area and need a place to store your possessions? Are you trying to declutter your existing space or needing a place to park your boat, RV, truck, trailer, or camper? There's a simple solution. It's Highway 99 Storage. Conveniently located off Highway 99 and James King Road, it's a lighted, secure, and fenced-in area to keep your valuables safe. New units available with climate control. Call 364-5678 to rent. That's Highway 99 Storage.
Rockets get the job done here before halftime. Noble, they scored. That was the main priority.
And G Squared, T-Roy, a little later on I may get an opportunity, but I had the luxury of meeting this young man, fine young man. I've been watching him interact with Houston Matlock. He's a fine player and a fine young man, G Squared, Gavin Grissom.
And he just hammered that one into the end zone. There will be no return on that one. He has got a powerful leg, and what a weapon he's going to be for the Rockets this year. He's already hit a field goal, and he's pumped up as he comes off the field with the touchback.
And T-Roy, again, I have an opportunity. Every time he hits the extra point, look at him right there, number 13. Him and Houston Matlock. That's genuine, T-Roy. That's genuine. In the world today, I see a lot of things that are made up and for show or whatever, or just something for the crowd to see. But I can tell the way Houston Matlock and G Squared embrace each other after every play that's genuine. I love that.
Now the Eagles have 41 seconds to try to get some points on the board. Remember, they do get the football to begin the second half. To the ground they go, inside handoff, and not a lot there. So, Noble, maybe they're just going to be content to head to the locker room here for halftime, trailing by 15.
And T-Roy, before we go in or when we come back out, I want you to highlight those 4 or 5 down linemen on the front there. They need their names called, T-Roy.
Yeah, good job up front. Lindemann, Tankersley, Durbin, Pearson, Marable. He's come in late. Bell's done a really nice job, the freshman at that linebacker position. And they have really done a wonderful job as Eagleville will just let the clock roll. And also Luke Swihart, who's in the game. So the clock expires here. Our first half of football in 2022 is in the books. It's been a good one for the Rockets. They lead it at the break, 31-16. We'll be back with the Band of Blue after this.
Know that with Apex Banking Online, you can access your accounts, pay bills, and send money to friends and family anytime. Our online banking feature gives you the advantage of secure banking right from anywhere. With our mobile app and online services, banking has never been more convenient. We're here to serve you wherever you go. Visit us in Chapel Hill or call 931-246-7105. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Joseph Fowler and his outstanding staff are dedicated to providing the most effective, clinically superior physical therapy humanly possible. They make it easy to get back in the game by accepting most insurances, including Medicare. They specialize in total joint replacement rehab and orthopedic conditions. They'll help get your range of motion, flexibility, and your strength back. They even assist in dizziness and balance disorders. Get yourself back in the game at Benchmark Physical Therapy, 4654 Nashville Highway.
And welcome back here at the break. 31-16 Rockets, as it's been a really nice first half offensively for the Forrest Rockets. They've got it done running the football, special teams. We've seen the field goal prowess of G squared. We've seen the return by Bell. We've seen pounding it forward. Swift already over 150 yards in the first half. Have to feel pretty good about yourselves if you're the Forrest Rockets here at halftime.
You certainly do, T. Roy. And we've seen the defensive line start warming up to, I guess, the model that's being exhibited here by the offensive line. So you've talked about the running backs, and they've had a great deal of success, but those linemen certainly deserve some credit. But I know you'll get into it a little bit more when Mr. Sweeney come in. But how about taking our hats off to the freshman, Mr. Ryan Hill, with his first touchdown, sir?
Really nicely done. I've liked his decision making in the first half. And Noble, what makes it to me that much more impressive, you got a kid that is starting his first varsity football game as a freshman. Can you imagine the amount of nerves and anticipation going through that young man's mind? You're thinking, I'm thinking, I want to make something happen. I want to prove that I earned this spot. I want to, have my teammates have confidence in me. Well, what he has done is played within himself, not tried to do too much, but when called upon, he has succeeded. One pass attempt, all they ask him in the first half. Other couple, he gets some pressure, tucks it and run, makes the good decision, doesn't try to throw off his back foot into coverage. Got an open man, put the ball on the money, scored the touchdown.
T-Roy, I always tip my hat to your intellect. So, and you way above me in that field. So I like how you finished up what you said about Mr. Hill. Now, I don't know Mr. Hill well enough to know what his nerves was coming in, but I do know a little bit about football and the game plan you just described. Coaching staff deserve a lot of credit in helping him calm his nerves down and come in with that confidence based upon what you just described.
You know what, and I don't think I gave them credit before we started the game, and you made me think I want to do it right now. Head coach Eli Stevenson, 33-16 now in his tenure here in Chapel Hill, including that 9-4 mark last year. A couple of trips to the third round of the playoffs where he's 5-4 in playoff action. He is assisted by defensive coordinator Ryan Bridges, strength and conditioning coach Mr. Kyle Stacy, and he is just a general jack of all trades. He is the ear for Coach Stevenson. Always good to have that veteran coach on your staff. Coach Jacob Doherty, Coach Jason Hill, Coach Tony Johnson, Zach Russell. You've also got Coach Chad Harden, Larry Rojo Chapman, and your athletic trainer, Miss Leah Williams. That is your staff for the Forrest Rockets this year. And we also want to mention they put in an awful lot of work, your managers, Luke Colton, Mr. Colton Blue, Julie Williams, Becca Clark, Bella Hosford, Miranda Stout, Charlie Stoddard, and Elena Santa Cruz. Those are your Rocket managers for this year. So they do an awful lot of work behind the scenes, and no football team will be successful without great behind-the-scenes support. So thanks to them. Tip of a hat to the coaching staff as we get set for Eagleville's band here at halftime, and we are joined by the one, the only, Mr. Ricky Sweeney. Ricky, you've had quite an eventful first half here.
It's a very interesting first half. A lot of different things went on, the ebb and flow, highs and lows. For the first half stats, the Rockets rushed it 30 times for 263 yards. It's 30 rushes for 263 and 2 touchdowns. They had their way running the ball, no doubt about it. 1 of 1 passing. Let me say this: if there's any doubts about the quarterback, he's answered it right in his first half. I like him. I like the little fella.
I do too.
Hill 1 for 1 passing, 19 yards and a touchdown. His quarterback rating is probably pretty good for that.
He's in that Tom Brady zone.
He's up there, Tom Brady Jr. So that's 19 yards passing, 263 on the ground. Total offense for the Rockets in the first half, 282 yards. Eagles, tough going in the trenches, 9 rushes for 11 yards. They did their damage through the air and some special teams play. 4 of 7 for 75 yards passing tonight for the Eagles, 86 yards of total offense. Individually for your Forrest Rockets, Ryan Hill, 5 carries for 45 yards. Stuck his nose right in there a couple of times, not afraid. Little bitty guy, but not afraid to get his feet wet there. Chris Davis, 9 carries for 49 yards. He had a 10-yard touchdown run in the first half. Tayton Swift, 8 carries for 154 yards. Great big long runs for Tayton in the first half. Again, 8 carries, 154 yards for Tayton Swift. Liam Bale, 4 carries for 7. Antonio Marable, 1 carry for 3. And Brenton Burchell left with an injury, 3 carries for 5 yards for Brenton tonight. Rockets only 2 penalties, 2 for 15 yards in the first half. Pass catching tonight for the Rockets. It was 1, and it was a good one to Carson Yates for 19 yards and a touchdown. Individually now for Eagleville, Jesse Brown, the quarterback, 1 carry for -2. Caleb Schnitzer, 5 carries for 5 yards. Cade Pippinger, 2 carries for 6 yards. And Jackson Zentz, 1 carry for 2 yards. Pass catching for the Eagles tonight. Colton Daniel, 1 catch for 3 yards. Cade Pippinger, 1 catch for 3 yards. Paxton Stingley, 1 catch for 2 yards. He's a lineman. I still don't understand how he's eligible to catch that, but they let him have it. Great job, Paxton. Paxton Stingley, 1 catch for 2 yards. And the big play for the Eagles, Elijah Ferns, a 67-yard touchdown catch to go along with a big kickoff return for a touchdown as well. So Ferns for Eagleville having a big first half.
He's the best in the business for a reason. Mr. Ricky Sweeney with all your halftime stats, and thanks to you, Mr. Ricky Sweeney.
You're welcome. Great first half so far.
Yeah, what you want coming out of here, the Rockets, haven't had the turnover bug bite. Have done a good job.
Not too many mistakes, not too many penalties, so that was a good. It went a long time before they had their first penalty, so that I like the way they start the season out. Get the bugs out.
Definitely what you want here in the first half. It's been an offensive explosion, as you said. Was it 263 yards in the first half?
Yeah, 30 for 263 on the ground. And the only thing stopped them was the goal line a couple times.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm sure Coach Stevenson, being an old offensive lineman, he's probably sitting there at halftime going, man, I like this. I've thrown the football one time. We run it down their throat. That's exactly what I want to see.
Yeah. I think he's going to like that. He's going to have a good little talk with them in the locker room. And there's a few things they might want to fix on special teams. But overall, Rockets, pretty good first half, I thought.
Yeah, they had a couple of, like I say, a couple of big plays that on the breakdowns that Eagleville was able to score on, but they have definitely had their way thus far as Eagleville's band continues to perform here at halftime. And, you have to think heading out in the second half, we talked about it from the football perspective, the loss of Brenton Burchell probably is going to mean a lot more defensively for the Rockets than on the offensive side, and that is taking nothing away from his offensive prowess.
Yeah.
But you have to go to some young men who haven't had as much game experience back there, and that's where opponents are probably going to try to come after you.
I think if you ask these people in the stands, that consensus would be that what you just said. Defenses, he excelled on the defensive side of the football, and Rockets will miss him back there. Don't know the extent of his injury, but they're going to miss him.
Let's take a quick break here, a 30-second spot. We'll return with the Band of Blue after this.
Hey, there's my girl. Who's that?
Life can be uncomfortable. Your home doesn't have to be. Ream Heating Equipment was designed to bring affordable comfort to any home. So no matter your budget, we can help you feel comfortable, even when you can't be comfortable.
Oh, come on. Yes, let's go.
When it's time for a tune-up or a new HVAC system, contact the trusted pros at Clint's Air Care for expert service and installation.
Hollywood on Mellophone.
We return, and Sharon, I'm going to defer to your expertise as the Band of Blue comes out.
Boone and the entire
Well, I don't know about the expertise part, but thank you very much. I am a former band mom as of last year when my daughter graduated, but I still support the Rocket Band of Blue. They're award-winning, And
Your
as the
attention is
announcer
very
just
much
mentioned,
appreciated.
they were under the direction of Caleb Boone, who's been with the program for several years now. They are a remarkable band. And this year's program is called The Wild Things.
Let's take a listen.
Field Commanders, is your band ready? You may take the field in exhibition.
Great performance by the Rocket Band of Blue here at halftime. We definitely want to give those young men and young ladies their full credit here as they work really hard to put on these great halftime performances.
Miss Sharon, if I could,
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you to help me out for a second. Want to highlight the band. I heard the PA announcer. I caught the last name. There was a Mr. Green and a Miss Boone.
Mr. Boone, Mr. Caleb Boone, he's
Okay.
the band director.
Okay, and then J.C. Green or somebody was on saxophone or something. They said, I think.
I would imagine.
Okay, so where I was trying to go, if you could, I know folks have been watching the band for quite a while, and field commanders, they were talking about the field commanders, and a little young lady hollered out in the stands there. But there was in the past we had a field commander that was pretty special as well, right? Could you share anything with us about special field commanders in the past for the Forrest Rockets?
Well, of course, the littlest Smart was field commander last year. Two-time reigning state champion for the state of Tennessee in this division. And also she, and of course I'm going to brag, I'm the mom.
That's okay. You go right ahead.
She is nationally ranked as well as a field commander. And right now in college and hoping to go into music education.
Excellent.
Very proud of Jeannie K. Smart.
There you go, Miss Jenny K.
We give her a shout out as well.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Miss Jeannie K. So
I can't believe our babies are all grown up.
oh man, it seems like yesterday. I'm sitting here thinking about all the times that we've tossed them around at the station and
Playpens,
geez.
strollers.
I know everybody used to the most comments I ever got from doing the sports were because of the sportscast itself. It was because Lexi, when she was small, would sit in my lap. I would come in and tape the sports report after I got off from work. So she would sit in my lap while I did the sports report, and I think the favorite thing for everybody to do was to see if she was going to eat the microphone, because she tried to do that a few times. So I would get more comments on Lexi being in my lap doing the sports than I did for us ever doing the sports.
We called her Lexi the Sports Baby.
Yep.
So
yep.
all right.
Good memories.
It's great to have memories that are good, sir. I give you that. Yes, indeed.
Making a few here as we debut TC Sports 1 here tonight. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate, again, you tuning in. And for the Rocket fans out there, it has been an excellent first half. They lead at 31-16 here at halftime. We'll take another commercial break, and then we'll be back. Third quarter coming your way here on TC Sports 1.
Eye Care Clinic, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan and his staff offer a wide range of services, including comprehensive eye exams, advanced testing, and eye disease management. Fashion frames from top names like Guess and Kate Spade. They also stay on top of new eye care advances like Vuity and Upneat. And that unique Dr. J touch that always leaves you with a smile until your next visit. Make your appointment at 359-4373. Advanced Eye Care Clinic, 815 East Commerce.
Your one-stop shop to keep your vehicle running smooth is J&J Automotive. From routine maintenance like oil changes to brake repairs, tires and alignment, and exhaust work as well, J&J has got you covered. They work on gas and diesel engines. Call Vince or Matt Jackson at 931-364-5602 or stop by their location at 1791 Highway 99. Keep your vehicle in tip-top shape at J&J Automotive.
As we return, a couple of notes here at halftime. Some events that we want you to mark down on your calendar. The 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry, sponsored by Apex Bank. It will take place Friday, September the 30th from 5 till 7 here at the Forrest High School. Tickets are $12, and all proceeds go to benefit the Forrest High football team. Once again, that is an outstanding event, some good food, and of course, a lot of good times there leading up to the contest. Once again, 6th annual Forrest Fish Fry, sponsored by Apex Bank. Also do want to remind you the Duck River Valley Conference Cornhole Tournament that is for the benefit of Micah McClendon, number 11. September the 11th, Sunday, September the 11th at 2 p.m. Any age, you can register by September the 5th, $100 per team. Register at First Commerce Bank or contact David Delk at 931-993-1671 for more information. They'll have NFL live stream, live DJ, concessions available. Bring a chair and or your tent. Also, they have BYOB if that's what you prefer as well. 1445 Old Highway 99, Chapel Hill. Donations are appreciated. Sponsorships are available. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Micah McClendon Trust Fund.
T-Roy, I think that's bring your own bag for the cornhole, sir.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man. Right. Come on, T-Roy.
Now I know why you're making the big bucks.
Yeah, bring your own bag, man, for the cornhole. Yeah. In case you're a ringer or somebody, you want to come with a certain weight in your bag and a certain amount of baby powder on it or something like that. That's bring your own bag, man.
I got you. I missed that. So, once again, bring your own bag September the 11th.
Bean bag. Yes, indeed. Cornhole. That's what they playing.
Eagleville set to receive the second half kickoff. Third quarter action here on TC Sports 1. G Squared gets it underway. He will hammer another kickoff. And this one will reach the end zone for the second time tonight. Second touchback for Grissom. And what a weapon he is.
You used the right word, weapon. Arsenal. That young man there. See, you don't have to worry about swivel kick. You don't have to worry about kicking it out of bounds and giving the opponent extra yardage or whatever. Just kick the thing in the end zone. Don't have to worry about anybody. And there's one or two teams on the schedule that have some weapons that the Rockets will see, and that's a weapon when you kick that thing in the end zone. I can think of one team in particular that yes, indeed, that you want to kick the ball in the end zone.
Next week, of course, Cornersville. It will be the Battle of the North and the South. They renewed that rivalry last year. Bulldogs getting the best of the Rockets here at home. Bulldogs, of course, at home this year. They're coming off a 31-20 loss to Richmond last night. Somewhat of a shocker, but they, of course, will be more than ready next week for the Rockets.
They'll get up for the Rockets now.
Back to pass. Brown slings it across the middle pass. Incomplete. And hello, greetings from Chapel Hill, courtesy of Peyton Swift, as he got there at exactly the time the football was coming into Colton Daniel. It looked like a sure reception, but Swift says, no, not so fast.
T-Roy, Peyton and I tried to share that message to the other sideline in the first half. If you float that ball out there, I'll separate you. Peyton Swift, I had the luxury of meeting that young man in the school building as well. Fine young man. All kind of accolades. That young man there, academically inclined as well, but he covered a lot of area that time. Peyton Swift separating the ball from the wide receiver.
Brown from the gun. We got a penalty marker on this one.
Flag on the play is going to be false start
on Eagleville, so that is not what you want to see. Trying to get back in the game penalty. Right now, Noble is
repeat second down.
A dud here on the opening drive.
Yes, indeed. I tell you what, T-Roy, it won't get a lot of credit because of what Peyton Swift did on that previous play. But, again, I got to take my hat off to Eli Bell, the freshman. He dropped back in coverage once he seen that it was a pass. And, again, I take my hat off to the coaching staff for having these young men, these freshmen, prepared.
Mishandled snap, a little high, and then Brown running around trying to pick it up. Finally does so. He will advance it back upfield where he'll be taken down in a host of blue jerseys. And Noble, that was a lot of effort for not very little gain or maybe a little loss there.
I tell you what, when you look at it, net, it was a loss. But I tell you what that effort was.
And number 2, Swift.
He avoided 2 tacklers inside the 5-yard line. So
third down.
That effort is worth noting because even though we don't think they're going to pick up this third down, he makes it much more manageable than it would have been had he got tackled inside the 5, T-Roy.
Folks, do want to remind you, this game, we will archive it. It will be on our YouTube channel. It is capital T, capital C, capital S. TC Sports, the number 1, is our YouTube channel. We'll have that archived and available for you. And also follow us on Twitter, TC Sports 1.
Timeout.
We'll have more information from this game and our upcoming games, news and announcements for you as we debut TC Sports 1 here tonight. Timeout, Eagleville. It remains 31-16 as we go to break.
This broadcast on TC Sports 1 brought to you by Advanced Eye Care Clinic, home of the real Dr. J, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan. By Amigos Mexican Grill, authentic Mexican cuisine. By Apex Bank, a top performer amongst Tennessee community banks. By Benchmark Physical Therapy, where they'll get you back in the game. By Brooks Grocery, where you'll find your next favorite food. Also brought to you by Dr. William Bell at Chapel Hill Family Dentistry. By Clint's Air Care, your local Rheem dealer. By Farm Bureau Insurance, auto, life, health, and homeowners. By First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking. We're brought to you by Highway 99 Storage, now with climate control units. By J&J Automotive, your one-stop auto shop. By Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Services, serving since 1939. By Lewisburg Animal Hospital, your other family doctor. By Mack Equipment, your local Cub and Exmark dealer. And by the town of Chapel Hill, moving forward with strong tradition.
Pass is caught. Coming back for the football that time. That is what you call helping your quarterback, Elijah Ferns, and he has been Mr. Big Play for the Eagles here tonight. That was a much-needed first down.
They certainly did need that, and that young man there, as you said, helping your quarterback. But I'll tell you what, it's a lot of confidence to be able to stay in there knowing you finna get tattooed with that ball in the air that long and that high. So he took the shot, held on to the ball, and again, T-Roy, let's go back to the fact that them not getting tackled inside the 5-yard line. That made that first down manageable.
They go back to the ground on first down. Not a lot of running room as, once again, that defensive line, you see Pearson in there.
Number 3, Caleb Snitzer on the carry.
See who else getting off the bottom of the pile. Carson Yates, amongst others, there for the Rockets. 1 yard is all he got. Second down and 9 now, facing the Eagles as
gain of 1. It's going to bring up second and 9.
We approach the 10-minute mark left here in the third
Ball
quarter.
41.
T-Roy, it looks like the Eagles have bought into the idea that in order for them to have some success, they're going to have to put the ball in the air. So Rockets going to have to get some pressure up front. They got 4 down linemen, T-Roy, so let's see what kind of pressure they can apply.
3 receivers. 1 back set as quarterback keeper. Brown coming left side, got a little bit of a hole, breaks it free across the midfield stripe into Rocket territory, where he is taken down at the 47-yard line. So pickup of 12 there, and an Eagleville first down as they keep the ball moving.
Got some fresh bodies coming in. They're going to keep these Rockets fresh. Number 55, Aiden Hendricks, T-Roy Jr. coming in too for the Rockets. So they're going to have to keep them fresh because this drive needs to be stalled. You don't want to give the Eagles any confidence, T-Roy, even though it's 31-16. A score here could change the motive and emotions of the Eagles on the other side.
They're being a little diversified here. You know, you want to make them where they're a one-option team. That time they pick up some yardage on the ground. Go back to the 2 receivers set to each side of the field. Quick, short throw. Pass caught. Breaking free and picking up another first down as Brown just slung it out left side, and making the catches once again. And we talked about Pippinger an awful lot as well.
Tackled by number 61, Riley Durbin.
T-Roy, Jesse Brown, excellent job. He did a little pump fake. He got a key block on the edge that time from, I think may have been his running back. And out on the wide receiver side, they had a little screen out there that the wide receiver did an excellent block to be able to free up the wide receiver that time. Executed to perfection. I seen 2 things there that made that play look like something I would bring back if I was the Eagles in the fourth quarter.
Once again, out of the gun, they're spreading the field now. 3 receivers to the right side as Brown will roll that way. Heat from the backside. They throw back across. And Noble, that was just hanging up there as I thought Bryce Tankersley might be headed for 6 the other way.
Bryce Tankersley did a fine job that time, T-Roy. He understood situational football. He understood responsible football and being accountable to yourself. He knew that he was the only man on that side of the field, and he did not pay any attention to everybody going to the opposite side of the field, even though the head fake of the quarterback, and he stayed in his spot, and that's why that pass, as you said, looked like it could have been dangerous.
He played it safe, made the tackle, loss of 5, second down and 15. Brown this time tucks and runs. Down the sideline, he will get close to another first down before being bumped out of bounds. And Noble, they've had good luck with Brown just running that little quick quarterback keeper to the sideline.
T-Roy, he got very close to it. I think they just
Tackle
ran him
number
out of bounds, I
22,
believe.
Eagleville.
He just ran out of real estate over there, T-Roy, but here's the problem with that.
Be short of the first down
That's the
marker.
second
It's gonna bring up
second time he's
third
gotten
down
to
and
the
about
edge
2
relatively
for
easily.
the
It
Eagles.
looked like there hadn't been much conflict over there at all, so you got to give that man a little, you got to put some restraints on him on that edge over there.
7:23, third down, we'll call it a long 2. Out of the gun, probably 2 down territory here for the Eagles as Brown looks toward the sideline. Coach Floyd Walker at the helm of this Eagleville program. High snap, give left side. The cutback will get the first down. Gets to the sideline, then cuts it back inside. The ball carrier, Jackson Zentz. Zentz, the senior, picks up an Eagle first down, and
number 6,
the Eagles have just refused to go away. Every time you think the Rockets might be on the verge of kind of striking a death blow, Eagleville comes right back.
They're putting on a blocking clinic right now on this drive, the Eagles are. I know you're doing play-by-play, T-Roy, but if you get an opportunity on the blocks, they blocking them so low. They blocking them low, and it's all legal, but they cutting them down, and the blue jerseys are laying on the ground, T-Roy, so it's not a case of blocking them too high and on a push. So they putting the blue jerseys on the ground, which is why that hole keeps being gaping over there.
And watch them spread the field. They have gone much more to that spread formation as Brown's going to heave it toward the end zone. Got a man back there. Pass is caught. Touchdown, Eagleville. Into the corner of the end zone. Brown got it up there, and guess who? Elijah Ferns, who has had himself quite an evening, hauls that one in for another touchdown.
Brown put enough air under it. But here's the thing, T-Roy. He put enough air under it, but he still kept it in the boundary of the play. He still kept it in play. That ball had no chance of going outside the boundary, and it fell right down 2 yards inside the out of bounds area.
Once again, Eagleville is going to go for 2 to get them back a little closer here, Noble.
Had to put them within 10 if they're successful, T-Roy, according to my math, 31-21.
Yeah, let's see. They are at 31.
It'd be
Wait
21.
a minute, it's 19 on the board.
It'd
right
be
now.
21 if they get this 2-point conversion. My math a little slow, but it ain't that slow. It'd be 21, T-Roy.
No, they'd be 24.
2-point conversion,
Yeah,
T-Roy.
but they got 2 already, remember? They got, yeah, because it was 16, so they just scored, so it's 31-22 now. Scoreboard,
okay.
Scoreboard's wrong.
Okay, my bad. Okay. My math is
Peter's
that
got
bad.
it right. He's the man over here.
There you go, Peter. There you go. Young man still in school. They told me to stay in school.
31-22. Brown rolling around. Looks, fires back across the formation, and the pass is caught. 2-point conversion again completed.
Good for the Eagles.
Colton Daniel with the reception, and this gets them back within 7, 31-24. Eagleville has scored 3 touchdowns. They've gone for 3 and converted all 3 times. We've still got a 7-point game here in Chapel Hill as we head to timeout.
You can't have it all. At Brooks Grocery, they've got farm fresh fruits and vegetables, a deli with a selection of freshly prepared favorites, Brooks specialties like Ava's pimento cheese and Adam's chicken salad, freshly made pies, cakes, and desserts, and who could possibly forget the best meat department you'll find anywhere. Great selection, online ordering, and friendly customer service. Brooks Grocery, the place you'll find your next favorite food.
Chapel Hill Family Dentistry has been serving the oral care needs of Chapel Hill and the surrounding area since 2006. They're a general and cosmetic dental practice dedicated to improving your smile and the overall oral health of you and your entire family. Their goal is to provide superior quality health care in a comfortable environment. Call and schedule your appointment today at 364-4557. That's Dr. William Bell and the Chapel Hill Dentistry staff, proud supporters of the Forrest Rockets.
And let's pass along a few scores of interest here as we had the injury delay. Some of the games getting a little more advanced in the fourth quarter. Columbia Academy up on Eagleville Harding 34-0. Noble, this one a little bit of a surprise. Giles County up on Lincoln County 28-21 in the fourth quarter as the return here up the sideline, and the Rockets will get good starting field position as Carson Yates will bring it back
Daniels kick return by
Lincoln
number
County's
24,
had some
Carson
tough times
Yates.
here in recent memory. Giles County, of course, made it to the Final Four in 3A football last year
Rockets
before
take
running
over
into
first and
Alcoa.
10, ball
This
at
one's
the
still close.
41
Giles
yard
County
line.
on top. Marion County, another opponent we'll see later in the year, 36-0 over Grundy County. That one is now final. Rockvale, who we saw in Jamboree action last night, they beat last week. They beat Laverne 27-6. Fayetteville over Watertown 36-12. They're going to be great. Let's see some other scores. Marshall County and Columbia. This one listed in the second quarter, 14-13 Marshall County, as to the ground the Rockets go and pounding it forward across the 45. And Noble, that's just what they do so well. 4 or 5 yards, move the sticks as Swift just continues to excel.
And Tayton Swift that time,
Talking
T.
about
Roy,
number
as you and
29,
Mr.
Colton
Sweeney
8,
talked
Nolan
about
Lane.
halftime. He came into the
Gain of
second
5 on the
half
play. It's gonna
at
bring
8
up second and 5.
carries, 154
Ball at
yards,
the 46.
19.25 a carry, but Gravy providing the block, T. Roy.
A couple of other scores. Noble, I always like to look and see about teams that we may have down the road, and sometimes you get caught looking ahead a little bit as Davis gets stacked up after about 3. He'll still be a couple of yards shy, 3rd down and 2. Moore County spanking Cascade right now in the third quarter, 26-7.
To the Eagles.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. And speaking of ouch, Lawrence County defeats Summertown 50-7.
Okay, T. Roy. Okay, hey, that's why they always, they come around and they talk about preseason conversation, and none of that matters until you actually suit up and get out on the field.
Mount Pleasant beats East Hickman 30-2. 3rd down, 3 as they go back to the ground. Giving it inside was Bell, and he had no place to go. 54 back there quickly. Jacob Mullins, the senior, it'll bring up 4th down. Couple of other ones of interest, Noble. Here's one that'll kind of stick out. Lewis County up on Community. That's not a surprise.
4th down.
But 28-22 with 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Oh, they not up on them very much now.
Yeah. So
you could very well tell us that final went. The score changed, and they might have lost by a point or 2 when it's all over.
Of course, Cornersville losing last night to Richland. Those are, of course, the next team that we'll see, the Bulldogs, and one we'll see a little later in region play, the Raiders, 31-20, the final last night. Rockets will have to punt it away here. Still just up 1 score as Grissom legs it out of there. It will hit, take a nice rocket roll inside the 20, continues to tumble, and it will be deadened at the 14-yard line. 4:28 left here, third quarter, as the Rockets see Eagleville defense stiffen up.
They did stiffen up, T. Roy. A couple plays off in there. My man came alive. Luke Allen, he came alive. He had a couple key blocks on that drive, but they got stalled a couple times there, T. Roy, and got off schedule with some of the plays, and as a result of that, ended up punting the ball. So got them deep in the territory. Here's where you lean on your defense, T. Roy. You got them deep. You got the Eagles deep in their own territory. You force them to hopefully you can get them 3 and out. But if you force them to punt the ball back till you get decent field position and then try to score, put this thing away.
2 wides to each side. Quick throw right side, and it is picked. Tip and picked. The tip drill, Bryce Tankersley. They swung it out there quickly. No, 16. It was 18 instead of 16. I thought it was Tankersley. Instead, it was 18 Tyler Ayers with the pick.
Ball at the 11.
Heads up play, T. Roy. Mr. Ricky Sweeney, I wish he was over here with us. You remember Ricky Sweeney telling us about that tip drill. That's what that drill was right there, the tip drill. Excellent job. Ayers in great position. He fought through his block. The wide receiver missed the ball, tipped it, and Ayers got the ball, kept it in bounds.
Give left side. That was a somersault by Swift as he gets down to about the 7.
Number 2, Tayton Swift on the carry for the Rockets.
No, just looking at this thing, there are 4 minutes left 50, here in the third quarter.
Armstrong.
You feel like the Rockets are in control of this thing, but you look at the scoreboard and it tells a different story.
Well, they're going to change the scoreboard here in a second, and maybe it'll be a different story then. But I do understand what you mean. It does. I tell you what it does. I'm looking at the first half stats, 282 total yards for the Rockets, 3 times what Eagleville had at 86. And the score shouldn't be what it is, but they're getting ready to change the digits here in a second.
Heels handoff. Inside they go, and Eagleville's done a really good job with their interior line. They have prevented the Rockets from getting many yards. Davis got a few early on. We haven't seen them really go back there a ton. Swift has done the damage with the outside runs.
I'm glad you said that, T-Roy, and I don't want the Rockets to get away from that. In the first half, we were seeing a great deal of success over on the left side on the edge over there. But as you said, the interior defense of the Eagles has stiffened up. Need to get something wide going on here, but you don't want to go too wide. You're down here in the end zone area.
Give. Cutting it back, trying to stretch it out is Swift, and he will be taken down on a very nice open field tackle. That was 57, Dawson McCrary, the junior, and that was a touchdown saver, Noble.
I tell you what, T-Roy, I know clearly what I'm saying, but that's impressive. Dawson McCrary to bring down Swift and to get him from behind like that, that's impressive. It's something to be said about a lineman who's able to catch up with Swift like that, T-Roy, because, as you said, that was going to be 6 points on the board that time.
Fourth down now, and you bring Grissom into the game. You'll take points any way you can get them, Noble, but with a short field, it almost feels like kind of a disappointment just to get 3 here.
I know that defense showed up for you, and Ayers made a big play, but you got to get something.
Snap good, set good, kick good. Rockets tack 3 more on courtesy of G-Square, and with 2:12 left here in the third quarter, it's now 34-24 Rockets.
Don't know what I would do without you to show me the way and the truth. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you.
Your local agents, Scott Bond and Troy Cashin. Are you moving to the area and need a place to store your possessions? Are you trying to declutter your existing space or needing a place to park your boat, RV, truck, trailer, or camper? There's a simple solution. It's Highway 99 Storage. Conveniently located off Highway 99 and James King Road, it's a lighted, secure, and fenced-in area to keep your valuables safe. New units available with climate control. Call 364-5678 to rent. That's Highway 99 Storage.
It's got to be a weary Eagleville defense. Noble, it feels like they've been on the field most of the night. When Eagleville has scored, it has been quick. But this defense picks a good time to bow their back. They hold the Rockets to 3 after the turnover. Still a 10-point game with 2:12 left here in the third quarter.
You said it, T-Roy. I don't know time of possession, but if anybody who can give up 282 yards total offense in the first half and your offense only get 86 yards total offense, you played a lot of defense.
Grissom hits this one again, and it will roll into the end zone. Touchback once more.
Kickoff will go in the end zone for a touchback.
Boy, we had a little extra block there, 59.
Eagles will take over 1st and 10.
Let's
ball
see.
at the 20.
Is that 58 or 59? Maybe 58. Flowers came across and hit one of the Rockets a little bit late there on that kickoff.
Well, that's the only time you called his name today, so maybe he wanted his name to be called. One more time, T-Roy, this defense. Another opportunity for them to stiffen, put the ball back in the hands of the offense, T-Roy. But G-Squared, he did his thing, and you said a weapon. Quite an arsenal to have. You want to get some points, and he was provided 3 that time. Imagine if he wasn't available.
Brown will tuck and keep, tries to get to the corner. This time the Rockets get there. That's something they've had some success with, but this time the Rockets are equal to the task. Brown unable to get the corner, lost maybe a yard or 2.
Tackled by a host of the Rockets.
They're gonna say he got back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10, but that is a success for the Rocket defense.
I don't want you to get away from it, T-Roy. Totally in agreement with what you said. Maybe 2 or 3 possessions earlier, they were having a great deal of success going on that left side and getting to the edge relatively quickly. They have stiffened up over on the right side over there. I'm gonna keep my eye on number 87 because he's over there on that right side, which is the left side for the Eagleville Eagles, Jesse Lindemann. But a lot of pressure coming your way, young man.
Brown to throw, straight back. He's got some time. He heaves down the middle. Lots of bodies back there, and it is incomplete. Ayers back there
Brown
defensively.
Incomplete.
No
Number
flag
18,
on the play.
Tyler Ayers on the coverage.
Ayers making his presence felt. He gets the pick and a very nice pass defense there without picking up the interference calls. That was intended for Nolan Lane.
For the Eagles.
Coaching staff made a few adjustments in the secondary, T-Roy, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, that's what right now, as you said, they've moved some folks around because Eagleville, once they started spreading the field, they've had a little more success. 3rd down and 10. This is a big one here for the Eagles. Brown got some time, steps up and fires. This one incomplete over the head of his intended target.
Incomplete.
And it'll bring up 4th down. So a key defensive stop here for the Rockets. 1:07 left here in the 3rd as they will get the football back. And Noble, I think if you're the Rockets right here, if you can score a touchdown, get that 3-score lead, you feel a little bit better about yourself for the rest of the night.
And T-Roy, I'm not going to debate that. I'm not going to disagree. All that makes sense, the formula. But I'll say this. If that defense play exactly like they just played in those three downs,
you don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to worry about any scoring anymore at all.
Punt away. It'll hit. Matlock will let it roll, and it will be finally downed at the Rocket 47-yard line. Good position for the Rockets here. 55 seconds left in the 3rd as the offense trots back onto the field. And when you go back and look at this film, Nova, you're going to see a ton of things for the Rockets. A lot of good things, but also in game 1, a few things you're going to want to clean up.
I tell you what, T-Roy, I won't spend much time on it, but there's one thing they've already cleaned up, and they cleaned up some areas in the secondary, and they made those adjustments on the fly. Take your hat off to the coaching staff.
1st and 10 here as Hill, who has done a nice job directing this offense. He'll roll to his right, steps up in the pocket. He'll scramble around, trying to get free. He got back maybe to the line of scrimmage. I think they're going to say he lost a yard, so 2nd and 11. But once again, not taking a chance, not putting it up, not turning it over. Live to fight another day. Nice to see.
Hill, the quarterback keeper.
They put a great deal of pressure on him, T-Roy. There was no place for him to release the ball. He stepped up in the pocket, got all he could get. So they will call it a TFL, but he got as much as he could get out of that without taking a sack 10 yards deeper.
31 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Rockets will get another playoff here. Is got a injury timeout as one of the Eagles, maybe as you say, first game of the year, kind of getting a few cramps here. It's going to be a young man who has had quite a busy night, Kay Pippinger, the junior, who has played really well. You've heard us talk about him, Stingley, and also Ferns. Those 3 names you've heard a lot tonight.
You play like they have played on your first game, you may cramp up also, T-Roy. He's off sides.
Kiev coming left. Swift got a blocker in front, cuts it back nicely, 45-40. Nice little slide cut there, Noble, as he put his foot down, eluded the would-be tackler, and another nice gain. And Swift's got to be getting close to 2 bills now.
He's coming up a little gimpy that time, but he probably is. Chris Davis, I'm going to give you credit, Chris Davis. 5'11", 185-pound senior, provided a key block. But Swift, he's doing his thing, T-Roy.
Very decisive tonight, Noble.
Yes, he is. And T-Roy, I'm going to leave it alone since no one is having issues with it. One of the Eagleville Eagles lined up offside. He was over the ball that time, T-Roy.
Will take the gain as the clock will tick down. 3rd quarter has come to a close. The Forrest Rockets lead it by 10. 4th quarter action coming up next here on TC Sports 1.
know that with Apex Banking Online, you can access your accounts, pay bills, and send money to friends and family anytime? Our online banking feature gives you the advantage of secure banking right from anywhere. With our mobile app and online services, banking has never been more convenient. We're here to serve you wherever you go. Visit us in Chapel Hill or call 931-246-7105. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Joseph Fowler and his outstanding staff are dedicated to providing the most effective, clinically superior physical therapy humanly possible. They make it easy to get back in the game by accepting most insurances, including Medicare. They specialize in total joint replacement rehab and orthopedic conditions. They'll help get your range of motion, flexibility, and your strength back. They even assist in dizziness and balance disorders. Get yourself back in the game at Benchmark Physical Therapy, 4654 Nashville Highway.
Dead ball personal foul brought to you by Lawrence Funeral Home.
I love it, my man.
As it tacks on down to the 17-yard line as time expired here in the third quarter, but that is an important development. Rockets knocking on the door here to begin this fourth quarter of action.
They assessed the dead ball personal foul. Let me hear it one more time.
Assess the dead ball personal foul.
Brought to you by
Lawrence Funeral Home.
Oh, I seen what you did there, T-Roy. Now, they assessed the 15-yard penalty. That was on top of the sideline warning, 5-yard penalty. So that was 20-yard net gain for the Rockets on top of that. So keep in mind, they just netted 20 yards there. And here's the thing, T-Roy, I know how you like to do math.
Your juniors, Peyton Cook.
That automatically puts them in G-squared range.
Yeah.
So that's
we don't want G-square right here.
I know you don't want that, but just mathematically,
just
mathematically, that's a 13-point game there, which keep that in your back pocket.
What was the arcade game where you fought, body blow?
You talking about with the punches?
Yeah. That's kind of what I feel like now. It's body blow. They're trying for the knockout punch here.
I can't quite remember, but I remember that Mike Tyson game I used to play, and I see Miss Sharon laughing. I don't know if she played that, but I remember the little wind up they used to do on the Mike Tyson where they used to put them down, and I wouldn't mind seeing them wind that thing up and put them down with that and put them to the canvas.
Uppercut.
Yes, indeed.
Man, I'm gonna try to think about that. That's one of the things that getting old does for you. You just forget some of those things that you had in your memory bank.
Hey, find Durbin. Let's go to Durbin's side.
They'll give. Fighting his way through the middle, just kind of sorting out, like he's just saying, "Hey, let me plant my foot here. Let me wait a minute. Let me wait for another block. Now let me run forward. Now let me plant my foot again." Just weave my way through traffic. Nicely done there as he will get down to about the 5-yard line where it will be now first down and goal for the Rockets.
Great deal of blocking downfield, T-Roy. Cameron Street, number 65. Mikey Stoddard, number 79. A whole host of other blue jerseys down there blocking, and all he had to do is just follow some of those key blocks. But as you said, T-Roy, in your play-by-play, excellent job of keeping your head up, keeping your feet moving, good footwork, and a little jump cut once or twice.
Once again, cramps playing a big role here now for Eagleville. Crimson Armstrong able to get off the field under his own power, and now the Rockets, here we go, trying to apply that big lick here from the 5, Swift. Little hesitation. Now he'll put his shoulder down, and he will.
Number 2,
still no official signal. A couple of the offensive linemen said he got in, but no official signal as of yet. I think they're going to rule him down just short.
They thought he got in because they was in the end zone themselves, and they were just following them. And that's a great job down there, T-Roy, with some of those blockers down there. I'm certain I seen Cameron Orr, number 56 that time, and I thought I seen my man Gravy Allen also down there. So, again, T-Roy, this time if you see some linemen holding their hands up, running back will probably be right behind them because the linemen are downfield 5, 6, 7 yards.
William Bell checking in now. He's already got one touchdown to his credit from short range tonight. Let's see if they go back to him here. Hill under center. Power formation. He'll come off that right side, right off the guard and take it into the end zone. So Hill will pick up his first rushing touchdown, and the Rockets now have padded that lead. Touchdown, Ryan Hill, 40-24 Rockets.
You know how badly I wanted to say quarterback sneak, but I didn't want to jinx the young man that time, and the first 2 times I tried to call that, they didn't go with it. But it seems like the obvious play to me. If your linemen are doing their job and they're getting a push 5-6 yards downfield, just tap them on the buttocks and decide which side you want to go, left or right, and let's score the touchdown with the sneak.
10:54 left here in the fourth quarter. Rockets, I believe Noble have eclipsed every point total from last year already. I don't think we got 40 on the board.
See, that's what I like about your memory, man, your ability to be able to recollect things.
Snap a little high, and that was a really nice job. Man, Matlock pulled that thing down, got it down beautifully, and G-Square hammers it home. So new score here with 10:54 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Rockets lead it 41-24.
Eagles 20.
Hometown banking. It's having your decisions made by a bank right here in your town, not in another city, county, or even state. It's neighbors and friends who know your name and take the time to greet you when you walk in. It's modern technology such as online banking and mobile check deposits while still being able to talk to a living, breathing human. Come visit us at 4641 Nashville Highway or call us at 364-7888. First Commerce Bank, your first choice for hometown banking, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Moving forward with strong tradition. It's the town's motto, but it holds so true today. The town of Chapel Hill is balancing expanded growth with preserving the small town traditions that make it special. The town's administration and employees would like to take this time to reaffirm their commitment to the citizens of Chapel Hill and to wish the Rockets and Lady Rockets success in their upcoming seasons. From the home of the Lions Super Bowl of the South, the town of Chapel Hill says, "Go Rockets!"
And welcome back. Ryan Hill picking up his first rushing touchdown, and it's now a 41-24 game. G-Squared with the leg, booms this one deep, and that is his third touchback of the evening. Weapon.
Man, I feel like Murray. It's like Groundhog Day or something. Every time G-Squared get at the 40-yard line and kick the ball, they go into the end zone. That young man there, predictable. I love a young man that I can just count on, T-Roy. G-Squared, that's my man.
Eagleville will take over from their own 20-yard line, and now they need the quick strike offense. 10:54 left here in the fourth quarter. Noble, I know that if Colton is still watching right now, he's going to say we could have scored more than 41 against Summertown, but coaches took us all out at halftime. You remember they had about 30 on the board at halftime against Summertown. So he's going to say, hey, we would have scored more.
But that's not the reality, though. It still wasn't on the board, though, right? So, yes, indeed.
Brown turns. This time they give straight up the middle. And once again, those usual suspects, Noble, right there.
Yes, they
Mr.
are.
Lindemann has had a really nice evening tonight. He's in on the tackle.
And he's joined by Reggie Pearson. So, as you said, usual suspects, T-Roy. And, again, you said quick strike. If you sitting here doing play-by-play and you think Eagleville Eagles got to have quick strike offense, then that's going to put pressure on them, because I know the Rockets are going to bring those front 5 that they have. There's 6 of them lined up there.
Eagleville will spread the field here on 2nd down and 8. Give inside, and again, nothing doing. Noble, you liked it. I liked their offense a lot better when they were trying to kind of exploit the corners and come across the middle with some of those things. They've been a little more conservative here than I thought they would be in this situation.
I like how you put it. And the way you described that, it makes perfect sense to me. One, they had some success earlier, but this circumstance here, the situation they're in, it actually dictates that you need to do something different than what they're doing. And this is an obvious passing situation, and everybody in the stadium know that. That ain't what you want to be in, an obvious situation.
Big third down, and we'll call it 6. One back. to Brown's left, and they're going to try to roll him and run again, and the Rockets have seen enough of that. That worked a couple of times, but these last few times when they've lined up in that formation, the Rockets have just gotten to the corner and really beaten the blockers there.
Yes, indeed. In the backfield, T-Roy, number 55, Aiden Hendricks. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I also seen Yates.
Carson Yates, yeah.
Carson Yates. Thanks for correcting that, number 24.
No, you read it right off the roster.
Well, that's why I have you. You know the young men personally, so I'm going to put an R in his name next time I pronounce it. You all spelled it correctly. I just happened to read it wrong on the sheet. That's all right.
4th down upcoming now. Ball back at the 21-yard line, and Eagleville in a punting situation here. Rockets are going to send the youngster Houston Matlock back to field this one. Man, I want to see him get a hold of one.
I want to see him, too, because I like his energy. I've been watching him in G-Squared. I've been watching the chemistry and the interaction. I like the emotion that he brings. I want to see him put his hands on that ball, get in the stat sheet, T-Roy.
He'll position himself at the Eagleville 45. Play clock down to 7. Taking their time. This one snap a little high, but getting it out of there, it will angle away, and they're just going to kind of let that one hit and roll. It'll be down at the 45-yard line.
Going to be down at the 45-yard line. Rockets take over
so
there, 1st and 10.
The punt by Colton Daniel.
8:58 remaining in the ball game.
And that'll net him about 35 on the punt.
T-Roy, I may be telling on myself. You stop me if I shouldn't continue with this story, but that's why Coach used to have trouble with me sometimes. Houston Matlock back there, not getting many opportunities to field punts. I'd have came up and got that one, my man. That's why Coach used to have trouble with me. I'd have came up and got that one.
I hear you. Matlock's done a really nice job filling in for Birch tonight on the holds. He's been flawless back there as Hill will turn and hand the ball off. Eli Bell, the freshman with the carry.
Eli Bell on the carry.
Loses a couple as Eagleville very good there on the corner as he had no place to go. Also about 3. It'll be 2nd down. We'll call it 13.
And Miss Sharon, one more tribute, one more time. Here's what I learned back in 2008, first broadcasting. When your home team is successful, what your job is for the remaining period of that time is to let the grandparents at home be proud. So everything you see me do for the next 8 minutes and 20 seconds, I learned that from Mr. Bob Smart.
I was fixing to say
I'm getting ready to call off a bunch of names that they may not hear ordinarily. Mr. Bob Smart taught me that.
That is absolutely right.
Give Swift. You'll mention that name. As he cuts it back inside, makes a couple of people miss, and he turned nothing into something there. It wasn't a lot, but he picked up about 6 there, Noble, and when he should have been taken down dead to rights after about a yard gain. Flag on the play.
He had a lot of individual effort that time, as you said there, T-Roy. He had a few holes there, but a lot of individual efforts that time. Coming off the field, help me out, Smeet Patel?
Yep.
Smeet Patel, yes, indeed. And number 8 coming off the field. He was in on that play that time, T-Roy, and we'll continue to bring you some names as we see some additions come into the game.
Holding on the Rockets will back this one up. It'll be put down at the 41-yard line now, so it'll make it 2nd down, and we'll call it about 14, 15 yards as we approach the 8-minute mark here in the 4th quarter.
His name's been called this evening already, but he's entering the game now, number 21, Levi Van Patten.
He's another one of those young men, senior, that they're looking for him to be one of those guys that steps up.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all right. And I'm sure he's up for the task. Give him an opportunity.
Has been thus far tonight. We've heard his name a few times
yes,
here this
indeed.
season.
Give him an opportunity. And there's Tyler Ayers. We've seen him on defense playing cornerback. He's coming in offensively now. He's a senior as well.
Rockets have it now. 2nd down and 14. Ball back at the Forrest 41 after the holding call. Give Swift now back inside on the inside scissor. Plenty of running room straight up the gut. On the loose is Eli Bell, and ring the bell one more time. What a debut for the freshman.
5'11". 150-pound freshman. Go on and finish him up, T-Roy.
58 yards right up the gut. And once he got to the second level, Noble, it was NC. No contest.
Question, T-Roy, how did he get to the second level? None other than number 77. And you all know him as home, as T-Roy would call him, Region Lineman of the Year, right? Last year.
Sir.
There he is, number 77, junior, 6'5", 290 pounds. Spence Tanksley helped him get to pay dirt.
And that should be the final nail in the coffin here. 47-24 with 7:04 left as Grissom, his leg has gotten to work out. He hammers another extra point home. And as we take a timeout, the Rockets have doubled up the Eagles, 48-24 here in Chapel Hill.
Your score was 7.
Funeral home and cremation services had its beginning in 1939 when Thomas H. Lawrence established the business. Lawrence Funeral Home has always strived to provide compassionate, dignified, and professional service to every family it serves, regardless of their circumstances. Lawrence Funeral Home pledges to the families of Marshall and surrounding counties to continue providing excellence in funeral service. In your time of need, our family is there for your family. Lawrence Funeral Home and Cremation Service.
Stop in and visit Mack Equipment, your largest Exmark and Cub Cadet dealer in the state of Tennessee. Locally owned and operated in the heart of Chapel Hill at 109 North Horton Parkway, next to Southern Roots Hair Salon. Mack Equipment offers parts, sales, service, and rental. Their factory-certified technicians also service multiple brands of outdoor power equipment, making this a perfect stop for your future equipment repairs. Don't forget to visit our 2 other locations in Murfreesboro and Lewisburg. That's Mack Equipment.
And welcome back as the Rockets have doubled up the Eagles here on the kickoff. Eagleville will get another opportunity, number 6 there, Elijah Ferns, and that young man's had quite a night, Noble.
He has had quite a night. That young man there will have quite a successful season, T-Roy. A couple other names, Landon Groenfeld,
yes.
He was in on the tackle that time, but also in on the kickoff that time was Aiden Cantrell, number 12, and also T-Roy, I think I seen a young man number 57, Jackson Blakemore, sophomore, and Aiden also is a sophomore, Cantrell.
Make sure we get, as Noble said, that's one of the things we got taught early on. You want to make sure Granny and Granddaddy get to hear the name of their little baby.
And lined up over the ball, Jordan Bishop, senior, 6'3", 325, number 76.
Brown will sling it right side, pass caught. Almost able to break it free there was Pippinger, as he has gotten quite a workout here tonight. And Noble, I'm kind of thinking along these lines. We don't know what really we're seeing here early in the season. Rockets obviously going to be pretty good, and we're expected to be pretty good. Where does this leave you if you're Eagleville? Cornersville gets beat last night. Fayetteville obviously looks like they're going to be as advertised at the top, but maybe they're battling for second in that region.
Well, and that's the beautiful thing about preseason predictions, and you don't know, like I said, until you get actually head-to-head and in contest. I don't think anything's worth mentioning until you get somewhere around the 4th game of the season.
I think you're right. We can interject a lot of things. Moore County was spanking Cascade, too, so Moore County was really young and scrappy last year as the Eagles complete the pass for the first down. You had to think about what they've got coming back, because I think they only lost 3-4 seniors, maybe, if I remember correctly. They were extremely young. So obviously they got a good coaching staff there. You don't know what you're going to see there. Of course, we see, you want to think maybe Cascade's not as strong, but maybe Moore County's just that good. Summertown gets raked over the coals by Lawrence County. Looks like a pretty good night just on paper for the Rockets here tonight.
4 games in is where I stand, and I think you'll be able to have something you can debate then.
Most definitely. I think I'm seeing that from wanting to look in rocket-colored glasses, and you're being more the realist here as always. But, you think tonight the Burchell injury is going to be big. They're going to have to adjust from that, but they get a week to work people into the game, work people in practice, get them comfortable for Friday night against Cornersville. Other than that, you've seen them run the football well. Lions have played well. Gave up a couple of big plays, but as you said, Noble, they've slid a few folks around. Ayers has really come in and done a good job there in the secondary, kind of shored that up. So you like the adjustments that they've made, and this coaching staff, as Coach Stevenson said, they've got a good continuity.
Yeah, Ayers looked like he'll get some time there, T-Roy. After this play, I want to tell you 3 other additions to the defense here.
Back to the ground they go. 22 with the carry. That's Zentz. He'll be stacked up after a short gain, and Noble 4:40 left here in the fourth quarter.
Number 22, Jackson.
We'll go down on the field after this one's over with. Noble and Ricky will be in to talk to you a little bit as we'll go down on the field and try to find a player or two, get Coach Stevenson in for a post-game wrap-up. Running a little long here tonight. Of course, we had the long injury delay, and certainly send out our best wishes to Brenton Burchell on his recovery.
Certainly. Our prayers are still with that young man. On the tackle that time, number 76, T-Roy Jordan Bishop. Also in the game, Jackson Wynn. Number 78, number 51, Connor Crawford. My man, number 13, Houston Matlock in the game, T-Roy.
Brown slings it down the left side, and there's our man, Mr. Matlock. Got back there. Did he get a hand on that one?
Yeah, he almost got a hand on it, but he was certainly back there in coverage. And I think he was back there also. Landon Groenville was back there as well, number 17. Also in the game, T-Roy, I got number 23, Niles Taylor. I also had the luxury of meeting that young man. T-Roy, I may be mistaken, but I think that young man there, when he gets to his senior class, he's going to be he'll be the valedictorian.
Oh, wow.
Yes, indeed. He got a 4.0 GPA. I was impressed with that young man. Intellectual at another level, sir.
Quick pass over in the flat. And Marable will get a little poke there at the receiver, Pippinger.
T-Roy, hopefully I pronounce his name correctly. Number 73, Giovanni Monreal.
Yeah.
Giovanni Monreal, sophomore. So he's also in there. Number 73 is in there as well. And entering the game again is Antonio Marable, number 3, T-Roy.
His brother Giovanni was a part of this Rocket football program as well, just recently graduated.
Okay. See, that's why I rely on you, sir, to connect all the dots for me. So, free safety back there, T-Roy. He's going to get a little attention. Keep an eye on number 13, Houston Matlock. He's going to get some attention back there.
4th and 7. Brown back to throw. Got some heat. Steps up. Ball knocked away. Who got the pressure from the backside, Noble? Let's see. That was number 7, Luke Swihart.
That's him. Followed through on the quarterback. And for a brief moment, I thought he was going to get what they call a recovery on top of that sack and a recovery.
Nicely done there as they get the change of possession. Swihart off that left side, Noble. He had a good clear path to the quarterback, came quickly and made the play.
Yes, indeed. New personnel, T-Roy. Help me out. Number 35. Number 35 enter the game.
35 is Tegan Vanderpoog.
Yes, indeed. And number 64, I can handle Drew Glover on my own, sir. Yes, sir.
And let's see if we're going to get Cantrell in at quarterback. Yes, they're going to bring Aiden Cantrell in at quarterback, the sophomore 5'8", 150-pounder. As Hills Knight is through. 3:45 remaining here. 48-24 Rockets. Gives Swihart, and he is wrapped up in the backfield and taken down on the penetration. 51 Elijah Watkins, the sophomore, knifing through to make the stop for the Eagles. Loss of 5, 2nd down and 15 now for the Rockets.
And it's going to be a great deal of running the ball. It's going to be run after run. Kason Owen, number 15, a freshman, entering the game as well, T-Roy. So as they continue to come in, we'll continue to bring them to you at home.
Successful outing for the Rockets. They pick up an opening win here. They are 3 minutes and 5 seconds away from doing just that as they're up by 24 at the time being. There's your man, Grissom. Cuts it back in. Cohen Grissom, you can kiss him goodbye. Mr. Freshman, take it to the house.
T-Roy, there he is. Freshman, 6'1", 175 pounds, and I don't know, he may not like the nickname of C. Jeezy, but Cohen Grissom, that is the young man, and we'll keep working on it for you, G-Square, getting a nickname for your younger brother. But I seen the camaraderie of the younger brother, and G-Square thinks highly of his younger brother, and he spoke highly about him. He said, keep your eye out for my younger brother. He's on his way.
Hey, I like that one, C.G. Easy, because he made it look easy right there,
That's
65 yards.
C.G. Easy. There it is right there, but it may not stick. G-Square to tell me if he like it or not.
Was that premature celebration, Noble?
Oh, they got.
I didn't see the flag, man. I thought we were in the clear, but
I tell you what, it's still on the highlight reel. Tell them where they can find it when CG's
back on YouTube. Go to our YouTube channel. This one will get archived here after the live broadcast. I'll get that done tonight, hopefully. It will be capital T, capital C, capital S. TC Sports, the number 1 on YouTube. You have to capitalize the T, the C, and the S. The number 1 on YouTube. There you will find the archive broadcast.
There you go.
So they'll be for you there in perpetuity after this.
So
2:48 left. They are going to let it stand. The penalty was on Eagleville. So a 65-yard touchdown scamper by Cohen Grissom. C.G. Easy. I like it, Noble.
There you go. Thank you very much, T-Roy. And so statistically, it's in the book, C.G. Easy.
54-24 now as it is turned into a little bit of a rout here. It was 31-24 back in the third quarter.
Now it looks like it was never in question, sir. There it is, G-Squared right through the hole, holding, executed beautifully. Houston Matlock, freshman. He is doing a fine job. I like the young man. He come in, replace G-Squared. You're doing your thing, sir.
24 in a row for the Rockets. They now lead it 55-24 with 2:48 left as we'll take a timeout.
Amigos Mexican Grill is the place you'll find all your authentic favorites, from burritos to enchiladas to sizzling fajitas, all served fast and fresh. Dine in, order online, or call in your order at 364-2222. Also, Amigos has catering services available for your next big occasion as well. Good food, good times at Amigos Mexican Grill, 216 South Horton Parkway. Visit their other locations in Lewisburg and Spring Hill. Amigos, proud supporters of the Rockets.
Lewisburg Animal Hospital serves the veterinary needs of Marshall County. They've grown to a 4-doctor practice specializing in small animal medicine. They offer advanced medicine, surgery, and nursing care in a personal and relaxed environment with the utmost compassion for their patients. For your pet's grooming and boarding needs, Maggie Rue Pet Retreat and Grooming Salon is located adjacent to the hospital. Call 931-359-5945 to schedule an appointment for your pet.
Oh, my goodness. He killed it on the 1. Eagleville was all set to let it roll into the end zone. The only problem was it kicked up and died at the 1. He couldn't have done that any better had he tried, Nova.
Do you do that with a driver or a wedge? What do you do that with?
Is that an iron? Is that like a sand wedge or something? I don't know.
I don't know, but he dropped it right where it needed to drop at, sir. It was beautiful.
Eagleville had to pick it up and just run for what they could. They get it out to the 16-yard line with 2:34 left. Next week, it's the Battle of the North and the South. Cornersville and Chapel Hill, renewing an old rivalry. The Forrest Rockets heading down to Corntown next week. 426 rushing yards now for the Rockets, courtesy of our statistician, Mr. Ricky Sweeney. That'll make a coach happy.
And T-Roy, we won't have to worry all season long if we had a 100-yard rusher. Now, we have to be eager to find out if we got a 200-yard rusher tonight. That's what we'll be waiting to find out.
Back to the ground for the Eagles, and there's Mr. Bishop plugging the hole. Ball carrier didn't get a whole lot. He got some help from Antonio Marable as well.
Suplex. And Antonio Marable pulled that old WWE suplex on him that time. But as you said there, Antonio Marable in on the tackle. And again, getting a little help from Jordan Bishop. Both their names being called by the PA announcer.
Now, we've talked about Bell. We've talked about Grissom tonight. Marable is the other freshman that you keep your eye on outside of the young quarterback, Ryan Hill. He's going to be one of those guys that will be maybe a ball carrier, but will play some defensively as well. So he's another one. You got 4 freshmen that are probably going to make some impact here, and that's really on a what is supposed to be a really good football team. That means you got some good freshmen if they can break a lineup.
And make a substantial difference. If you can come in there and play as a freshman, that's huge.
Oh, goodness, that was coming right there. Up the middle. Let me see. That was 25 on the tackle. Cohen Grissom, defensively, man, he ran right into the ball carrier.
And also give Connor Crawford a little love, also number 51. Yes, indeed. Both of them get some love. And T. Roy, number 54. Help me out there, Nathan Bellinger.
Let's see. Yeah, Bellinger, yeah.
Oh, Bellinger, okay. Oh, Bellinger. All right, number 54 in the game also, T. Roy. I'll keep working on it.
Final 35 seconds here. 3rd down for the Eagles. New quarterback in the game for them as the handoff goes to number 23, Thomas Solomon, a freshman. New quarterback in is Grant Cooper. He's a freshman as well. And that should do it here as final seconds will expire. I'm not sure. The Eagles may try to get another playoff. 15 seconds here. Let's see if they're going to try or just let the clock run out. Looks like they're going to just let this one expire. And the Forrest Rockets with a successful opening to this 2022 season. They led 31-24 in the 3rd quarter, but they rip off 24 in a row. And your final here from Murray E. Holton Memorial Field, Rockets 55 and the Eagles 24. We'll take a break and go down on the field where we get to talk to players and coaches next here on TC Sports 1.
Eye Care Clinic, Dr. Jeffrey Jordan and his staff offer a wide range of services, including comprehensive eye exams, advanced testing, and eye disease management. Fashion frames from top names like Guess and Kate Spade. They also stay on top of new eye care advances like Vuity and Upneat. And that unique Dr. J touch that always leaves you with a smile until your next visit. Make your appointment at 359-4373. Advanced Eye Care Clinic, 815 East Commerce.
Your one-stop shop to keep your vehicle running smooth is J&J Automotive. From routine maintenance like oil changes to brake repairs, tires and alignment, and exhaust work as well, J&J has got you covered. They work on gas and diesel engines. Call Vince or Matt Jackson at 931-364-5602 or stop by their location at 1791 Highway 99. Keep your vehicle in tip-top shape at J&J Automotive.
Welcome back. As you all very well know, T. Roy will be making his way down on the field. They have cut the lights off, and I think we're going to try to get T. Roy queued up here. And I'm trying to go off of memory. I think we got some feedback, and it may be this new microphone that T. Roy has here. So we're going to try to work on trying to make sure that you all don't get all this static. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. 61-16. We're going to try to get, I tell you what, we'll go to commercial and then we'll try to get this cleared up here. So let's see if we can get you on the commercial here.
Hey, there's my girl. Who's that?
Life can be uncomfortable. Your home doesn't have to be. Ream Heating Equipment was designed to bring affordable comfort to any home. So no matter your budget, we can help you feel comfortable, even when you can't be comfortable.
Oh, come on! Yes, let's go!
When it's time for a tune-up or a new HVAC system, contact the trusted pros at Clint's Air Care for expert service and installation.
Welcome back. All right, we've addressed everything. We thank you all for being patient with us. 1 win, 0 losses. Rockets start off the season 1-0, spectacular. You all know exactly how the post game goes, particularly when the home team has been as dominant as they are. T-Roy will go down and he will pick out some influential folks who influenced the nature of this game and the way it played out. He'll get some offensive players. I'm pretty sure he'll find his way down there and he'll get Swift. I'm pretty sure Swift will be one of the ones we'll hear. We'll wait to hear from Mr. Ricky Sweeney to find out if Swift had a 200-yard game in his opening campaign here tonight, and we'll hear exactly about him. Senior, 5'10", 175 pounds. Here's what I'm also thinking T-Roy will probably come up with. He'll certainly come up with a couple linemen. He'll give the linemen the love and the due that they got coming to them as well. So, Miss Sharon, you got your microphone queued up?
I believe I do.
Yes, ma'am. Do me a favor. I'm going to let you talk a little football with me. It's going to be real simple. Defense did not have to do a lot of work tonight, but offensively they were spectacular on offense, but they gave the crowd something to see. So what I want you to kind of do for me, I want you to encourage some of the parents to come on out and maybe make their way down to Cornsville next week. Give them a highlight of something you remember from watching the game, something they'll come out and be able to see next week.
Oh, well, absolutely. It's been a wonderful game despite the accident in the first quarter, and we certainly will keep him in our prayers. And but kind of to coin a phrase, they picked up the ball after that and where he left off. So, again, that young man is in our prayers. We do want to encourage everyone to head down to Cornersville, of course, 31A South, right through Lewisburg. I don't know if you know this, but I had 3 graduate from Cornersville, and then the littlest Smart graduated from Forrest here. So
It's breaking news. I've known you for quite a while, but you have shared some news with me that I was not aware of. Yes, indeed. That's news to me.
My first 3 graduated, 2001, 2003, 2007, and then class of 2022 at Forrest. So for the longest time, we were a big Cornersville family, and then Forrest. But, go on out, support these kids. They work hard. Football is great in the South. It really, really is. And, tonight, wonderful turnout.
Excellent turnout on both sides, but the blue crowd was certainly in the house tonight. They came out and supported their young folks, and the student body, you call them the pep club?
I think that was the pep squad.
Pep squad. Pep squad, they showed up as well. I love the energy down there, and again, as the accident took place on the field, they came out and they showed that love and that faith community, and as you all can see very well, I got my man Peter here, and in a little while we're going to get T-Roy queued up here. So I told y'all, look at that. T-Roy and I, we've been around a long time. Peter, look at that. That's none other than, look at that, number 2. You all can see him clearly. That's Tatum Swift. And right beside Tatum Swift is none other than number 61, Riley Durbin. He's a senior as well, 5'8", 200 pounds. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get ready to take this down to the field, and we're going to let T-Roy get us ready to go.
Fellas, not the start that you wanted seeing Birch go down, but you guys really regrouped, fought hard. Riley Durbin, Tatum Swift. You guys, and people may not know this, we saw the effort tonight from both of you. Both of you are playing injured. Tatum, broken, wrist? Hand. Durb, I know you've had elbow trouble.
Just had a PRP shot in my elbow and came back a couple weeks early to get to this first game.
So coming out here tonight, you got to be pretty pleased offensively with what you've done. Let's start with the line. You guys had a lot of experience coming back. Lost a lot of guys last year, but you guys had players that had worked around a lot. Really did a good job of getting out there, and Noble talked about it, maybe some holes that me and him could run through.
A lot of depth in the line this year, and we're doing our jobs. We got enough people to switch in, keep everyone fresh, and just working. You know why I love you?
Because you didn't laugh when I said maybe I could run through that hole. That's why I love you.
I don't know if it's that big. You can't be putting the piggy train on my back yet.
Hey, but really what you want. You guys were expected to be a driving force for this team, and so far, I mean, over 400-something yards. I know Ricky is tallying up the final stats, but he walked in and said we were over 400 at one point, so you got to be proud of yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'm proud of everyone on this team, proud of all the work we've done this summer, and ready to do it next week too.
Peyton, I know for you, and talked about the progression. As a sophomore, you know, thought you were trying to pick your way, learn your way into the system. Last year, more decisive. This year, great cutback ability, quick to the hole. I know you had to be pleased with the effort, and these guys up front helping you out a lot.
Oh, yeah, I could not complain. The O-line did amazing all night. They were on their blocks. They stayed with them and opened those holes wide open, and we were able to break away quite a bit.
You know, I sat there in the third quarter, and it got to 31-24, and I'm thinking, if I'm just looking at this game and nobody tells me the score, I'm thinking we're winning by 3 or 4 touchdowns. Was there ever a point when you kind of like, okay, now this shouldn't be happening?
Oh, no, it was sort of the whole game. It was like there was mistakes constantly on the field, and we'll get back to practice Monday and we'll fix those. But overall, I feel like we progressed through the night. We had a lot of young guys step up, and I'm really proud of those guys. We did not plan on any of the injuries that happened tonight, and I know Eagleville didn't either. They had a few guys go down, but I'm very pleased with what happened tonight, and I'm looking forward to seeing Burst in the hospital.
Yeah, I tell you, our thoughts and prayers are out to him, and what a way. I hope, you know, you got to think maybe a season-ending injury, but you hope maybe he can get back, and I know he'll be just like Micah. What was it like for you guys to see him get to go out in the middle of the field for the coin toss?
It was great. I've been waiting for that since the accident happened. I've been waiting for him to go out there and dedicate the season to him.
That was pretty cool. That was a great moment. Now, we kind of have 2 rivalry games back-to-back. You got Eagleville out of the way, and now you can go ahead and admit it. How much have you guys been kind of seething after what happened last year against Cornersville and ready to get back again?
We're ready to put it to them. That's all I got to say.
It needs to be payback season. That's all.
It's going to be a short week as we head down to Corntown next Friday night. Fellas, go enjoy yourselves. Great night tonight. And, of course, we'll look forward to more next week. Let's take it back upstairs, and we'll get an interview with Coach Stevenson after this.
We'll go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
We'll come back. We'll talk to the coach, and then we'll talk to Mr. Ricky Sweeney right after this.
You can't have it all. At Brooks Grocery, they've got farm fresh fruits and vegetables, a deli with a selection of freshly prepared favorites, Brooks specialties like Ava's pimento cheese and Adam's chicken salad, freshly made pies, cakes, and desserts, and who could possibly forget the best meat department you'll find anywhere. Great selection, online ordering, and friendly customer service. Brooks Grocery, the place you'll find your next favorite food.
Chapel Hill Family Dentistry has been serving the oral care needs of Chapel Hill and the surrounding area since 2006. They're a general and cosmetic dental practice dedicated to improving your smile and the overall oral health of you and your entire family. Their goal is to provide superior quality health care in a comfortable environment. Call and schedule your appointment today at 364-4557. That's Dr. William Bell and the Chapel Hill Dentistry staff, proud supporters of the Forrest Rockets.
He's worked so hard this offseason. He's been in the weight room every day, and I hate it for him. But his teammates, we preach next man up all the time. Next guy up. Next guy's, your number's called. It's time to go. And we've had a couple, freshmen. We probably played 5 or 6 freshmen tonight in some meaningful minutes, which is big. Bryce Tankersley has stepped up huge. He's a great surprise from the offseason, and he's worked real hard. He's been in the weight room. We played baseball, obviously, late in the state tournament, but he's worked real hard.
That's one of the things, too. We talked about it. You've got a veteran team coming back, and what this says about your freshman class, that you get 4 guys out there that are going to be able to contribute to this team. What a great resource to have.
That's huge. If we've been preaching depth, because we know getting late in the playoffs and all that stuff, we've got to have depth, especially when we're having Birch tonight, and that can happen to anybody. Swift is a little beat up here and there, but no, he battled through it. But yeah, I'm very proud of them. Very proud of the adjustments we made too. You know, we got beat a couple times deep, but we made the adjustments, and the kids really took it to heart, and it's fun. This group is awesome. They'll run through a brick wall. They'll do everything for each other. They love each other, and they tell it to each other every day. So,
Coach Stevenson, you know, what you don't get him, you know how it is. You don't get him to say much. You don't get him to comment on anything hardly. He keeps it close to the vest. But one of the things that he did light up over was you talked about getting in the weight room in the offseason. He said, Coach Bridges, these guys have come in here, have worked really hard, and he said, I think we're a little stronger, we're a little faster, we're a little more agile, and you got just that glimmer of a little bit of a smile.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I owe a lot of it to a good friend of mine, Henry Woodard, who's down at East Hamilton, down in Chattanooga. Him and I talk all the time about weight room stuff, and I owe a lot to him. He's really helped me out over the last few years. And I love the weight room. The guys have bought in, and the weight room's huge. I mean, that's where everything starts. And we preach that forever.
Great atmosphere tonight, man. You had this place packed, people hanging on the fence. That had to be great for the kids.
Oh, both teams. You know, the support Eagleville had tonight is just amazing. You know, they're a 1A program that they're pretty good. Yeah. You know, they had their running back went out first play of the game, broke his arm, I think, and he worried me big time. He's a really good zone cutback guy, and our linebackers did a great job. You know, stack track and falling back like we preach to them all the time, and I'm just real happy for our group, man. It's fun to enjoy 2 days on the weekend and get back Monday and get back at it, but that's what we preach to them. So,
well, the trip to Cornersville, and of course, you know what happened last year. And I was talking to Swift and Durbin. And I said, hey, you can say it now. You know, you can't look past anybody, but this one I know you got circled on the calendar.
Oh, it's been circled since last year. We made a couple bad calls on defense. I made a couple bad calls on defense. Called the defense wrong a couple times, and it cost us. And you know, of course, last year we were in so many close ball games, and the kids, you know, made a thing. But it's a rivalry game. It's an encounter rivalry game, and those guys are great. We get along well with their staff, and that's the best thing about this county. We all get along great, you know. And it's nice to be able to go JV 7-on-7 with Marshall County and be able to play against Cornersville. And I'm just excited for it. So I'm excited for the kids.
That was a nice diplomatic answer. Now, of course, you know, deep down inside, it's like, all right, we got to come out on top in that rivalry.
Yeah, and I hear from all the people who've been around here forever. You know, hey, this is a big one. It's always been a rivalry, but it's good, man. It's all about the kids, and if the kids are doing hard and working hard, it's gonna be fun.
Hey, Coach, thanks a lot for taking the time. I told you I owed you because I didn't get your interview from Media Day on Twitter. So we got you after the first game, and we keep doing this. We may bring you in every game. Eli may be out of a job here on the interview side.
No. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Troy.
All right, Coach Bridges, we'll take it back upstairs once again. The Eagleville Eagles and the Forrest Rockets concluding Week 1 here in Chapel Hill with the Rockets picking up a big win. Back to Ricky, back to Noble, and we'll have a final wrap-up.
All right. Thank you, Troy. The Rockets tonight, 45 rushes, good for 426 yards. 1 of 1 passing tonight for 19 yards. Total offense for your Forrest Rockets, 445 yards. The Eagleville Eagles, 23 rushes for 60 yards. 11 of 21 passing, 1 interception for 153 yards. 213 total offense for your Eagles here tonight. Individually, quickly for the Rockets, Ryan Hill, 7 carries, 45 yards. He had a 1-yard touchdown run. Chris Davis, 11 carries, 64 yards. He had a 10-yard touchdown run. Tayton Swift, 13 carries, 184 yards tonight. Cohen Grissom, 1 carry, but it was a good one, 66 yards and a touchdown. Liam Bell, 6 carries for 8 yards. He had a 1-yard touchdown run. Eli Bell, 2 carries for 55 yards. He had a 59-yard touchdown run. Luke Swihart, 1 carry for -4. Antonio Marable, 1 carry for 3. Brenton Burchell, he went out with his injury after 3 carries, good for 5 yards here tonight. For Eagleville, running the ball, Jesse Brown, the quarterback, 7 carries for 31. Caleb Snitzer, 6 carries for 6 yards. Cade Pippinger, 2 carries for 6. Jackson Zentz, 5 carries for 15, and Thomas Solomon, 3 carries for 2 yards. Pass catching tonight for your Forrest Rockets. Cason Yates caught the only ball tonight, but it was a good one, a 19-yard touchdown strike from Hill. And Eagleville, the big receiver tonight, Elijah Ferns, 4 catches for 129 yards, 2 touchdowns of 67 and 20 yards. Colton Daniel, 3 catches tonight for 1 yard. Cade Pippinger, 3 catches for 21. And Paxton Stingley, 1 catch for 2 yards. Rockets win it big here tonight over Eagleville, 55-24.
And for the Rockets, Ricky, you said it, 426 yards on the ground. What a performance for them. But Next week, of course, the rivalry game, North and the South. Cornersville taking the game last year here in Chapel Hill. Rockets looking to go on the road and return the favor this year. Our broadcast will begin at 6 o'clock with our pregame, and, of course, kickoff at 7 o'clock next week from Cornersville here on TC Sports 1. Do want to remind you, follow us on Twitter. And also, this game will be archived, and also I'll put that out on Twitter as well. It will go to our YouTube site, capital T, capital C, and capital S, TC Sports, the number 1 on YouTube. We'll get this thing archived where you can go back and watch it. Of course, a lot of Rocket players probably be pretty happy to go back and see themselves as they had a great performance tonight. I want to thank Miss Sharon Peter, of course, filming for us. It was nice to have her back in the house.
Thank you.
Noble Mays, as always, Mr. Ricky Sweeney, best at what they do. Also want to thank Mr. Peter Wilson here tonight as he handled our computer duties for us on the board. And, of course, Mr. Corey Cook learning about the filming process, and he's going to help out with our filming here down the road as we get set to bring you more football here on TC Sports 1. 1 in the books, Rockets victorious by a final of 55-24. Until next time, this is Troy Cash, and have yourselves a great night, everyone. God bless you, and we'll see you next Friday in Cornersville.